Yeah, can we start? Good morning, everyone. I hope you had a restful evening and are feeling energized for the final day of our meeting. Today is the final day. And yesterday we made significant progress, including providing guidance and discussing engagement with the NDEs, particularly the initial implementation of NDE logistical support. We had in-depth discussions on technical assistance, including presentation on technical assistance and projects under various programs, and the post-implementation framework. Additionally, we reviewed the capacity building program and collaborative RD&D activities and the CRD&D strategy, concluding the day with communication outreach. Before we proceed, I would like, first of all, to bring to the attention of the AB members that we need to formalize the position of chair of chairs, which was assumed by Christopher, in future to avoid confusion and I can say annoyance, because it was not proper, and I think he owes me an apology as the chair of this meeting, according to his conduct. And I think in future we should formalize it. If there's a chair of chairs, we agree on that. Let us begin our session with a productive discussion on resource mobilization and partnership. Moving to our first agenda item today, resource mobilization and partnerships, which will consist of two sessions. First, under sub-agenda item 23.1, we'll receive an update on resource mobilization strategy, focusing on targeted strategic actions. Following that, we will hear presentation on the newly developed resource mobilization communication package. To recall, at its 22nd meeting, the advisory board approved the CTCN resource mobilization and partnership strategy for 23-27. This strategy includes a provision to make resource mobilization a standing item at advisory board meetings, ensuring that parties and relevant stakeholders remain informed about CTCN progress in securing funding. I now draw our attention to agenda item 23 and reference document CTCN resource mobilization and partnership strategy for 23-27. I would like now to invite the CTCN Secretariat to present updates on their resource mobilization efforts to date, as well as plans for 2025. This will be followed by a presentation on the resource mobilization communication strategy. Julia and Isabel, you take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. So this presentation will cover resource mobilization and partnership activities since the last advisory board meeting in September 2024 and brief on developments since then. And I just also want to highlight that since we got a new director beginning of December, who sits next to me here, a number of outreach activities have taken place. So happy to report on this, if you can do. So as you can see here on the agenda, we are combining the update on the CTCN Secretariat Resource Mobilization developments and the introduction of the Resource Mobilization Comms package. And this is obviously because communications is the biggest and most powerful tool in the resource mobilization toolbox, and we are excited for the pitches and the videos and stories that have been developed, and we look forward to using them in our pitches, as well as aiding you advisory board members in the resource mobilization. So, thank you. So, under strategic action point 1, the focus has really been on strengthening the engagement with current traditional donors and to connect with historical donors. In these times of turmoil, it's really good to stay focused on the existing relationships, while also obviously following all the other strategic action points in the strategy. So under strategic action point 1, which you can see here on the slide, which is sustain, strengthen and diversify engagement with donor parties, the CTCN has, since the last September advisory board, received into the Multi-Donor Trust Fund, which was also reported by Nima and Rima on Monday, a donation from Germany, from Japan, Sweden and Spain. And it's very important for us that we get funding into the Multi-Donor Trust Fund, as we do notice a trend of increased earmarking of contributions, which are mainly focused on technical assistances and don't cover support costs, which we need as well in order to do our job. So on top of these new commitments that have come in, the CTCN has been focusing on opening up the engagement again with historical donors. And to this end, we have had a dialogue with the UK FCDO and Switzerland. They have both been historical donors to the CTCN. And this is an ongoing conversation, and we have follow-up meetings scheduled for Q3. So after the SPs in both cases. We've had meetings with Swedish counterparts, and one of them sits here today, to explore options to promote the CTCN in Sweden. And this would be including under Sweden's Business Sweden network, which has a number of businesses attached to them, to also explore, the scalability of existing technical assistances. And this also includes a participation at the Swedish, what's international, but in Stockholm, the World Water Week in 2025, where Ariesta will participate in a side event. And this is also part of our engagement this year to explore new venues for meeting new donors. We also are continuing our outreach to Norway, as it used to be a historical donor, and their development strategies are very clearly aligned with our mandate. So that is also one priority in the strategic action 1. And when the director arrived, she had introductory meetings with ambassadors from Australia and with the Canadian ambassador to Denmark as part of strategic action 1. Next slide, please. So under strategic action 2, I won't go into the details here as the director has mentioned these really exciting opportunities in her presentations on Monday, which includes the PPF approval of the KCB project, the adaptation fund picking up the concept note for Burundi, the Slam Dam, and considering the skimming galleries in Maldives for picking up, and the PPF application under development for the BOAD project, as well as I think that has also been briefed on. The regional team in Africa has had extensive coordination with the Uganda Ministry of Water and Environment, and a GCF project proposal is being developed that will tie into TNA's outcomes and TAPs of Uganda. As part of Strategic Action 2, we are, we have been approaching multilateral development banks. We have conversations ongoing with the Eurasian Development Bank and the Asian Development Bank on MOUs and exploring how we can collaborate further. There's also conversations ongoing with COICA and the International Chamber of Commerce. That introduction was, the ICC introduction was made by the former Bingo representative, Justin, who's been really, really active with this portfolio, and we thank him a lot for his efforts, and we look very much forward to working with the new Bingo representative. So these have been also primarily on looking at scaling up technical assistances, which is not, Arias has mentioned it, it's not really part of our mandate, but it is a need, it is a gap that needs to be filled, and we're looking into seeing how we can work on that better. As you can see here, there have also been conversations ongoing with the World Bank on collaboration in Asia Pacific and outreach on digitalization, and also on the Global Capacity Building Program. And you might know, or you have heard of the SF6 phase-out program, where the European Commission is funding 2 projects in Senegal and Zimbabwe. Is it? No, sorry, that's cement. Kenya, sorry, Kenya. And here we have had outreach to the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development and ICI, but we are continuing exploring those avenues. So under Strategic Action 3, which is on diversifying, on mobilizing resources from the private sector and philanthropies, we have had conversations with various philanthropies in an effort to diversify funding streams, primarily with the Novo Nordisk Foundation. Talks continue around a collaboration on reducing greenhouse gas emissions in agriculture. We have sent in a concept note, but as you can imagine, Novo Nordisk is the biggest philanthropy in the world currently, and in this current environment, there's obviously very strong competition. But we have that dialogue open, and we are continuing to pursuing it. We've had conversations with the Tara Climate Foundation. This has been on potential scaling up of technical assistances in Asia on clean energy solutions. So this is part of our effort to mobilize funding for scale up of TAs. And with the Global Concrete and Cement Association, we are doing joint fundraising to expand, mitigation activities in this sector. And other outreach activities have included with the Grundfos Foundation, which is develops climate tech in the WEF sector, and as well as fundraising outreach on the global initiative on SF6, which I've mentioned before. And we've had conversations, or we have ongoing conversations with Pepsi in MENA. They are interested in supporting incubators from the MENA region in the Climate Youth Innovators Program. And I mentioned that we are continuing to attract partners in various other venues we don't normally engage in. So as part of the Strategic Action 4, the CDCN has held regular task force meetings on resource mobilization partnerships. And if you want to take part of these, please just write to me, and we can include you. And as mentioned, we also want to thank former Binger representative Justin and the former Canada representative Annie Priguet. They've had a really active role in driving this portfolio forward. And as part of the CDCN support to the resource mobilization activities of the AB, the CDCN has developed a resource mobilization comms package with my colleague Isabel here sitting next to me, and she will introduce that in this slide. No, that's fine. Bit of a segue. We hope that this will help the advisory board when delivering pitches on behalf of the CDCN, and we also encourage you to reach out to us at any time when you have speaking engagements and you think you can include CDCN in your pitches, so that we can help in developing these speaking points and assist you in any way you want or need. And now you can.
That's what's so-called foreshadowing. We did present a communications package, resource mobilization communications package, to the task force in February, and then we sent it around to the full AB in March, and we have received input. Thank you very much. The documents are continuously being updated. This comms package is really for you. It was requested by Annie and Justin, as you may recall, and they said it would be really useful if they had a quick, easy to access PowerPoint, and then we also created a PDF with sort of key messages and so forth. So that's easily available, easily accessible, where you can go in, take a couple of slides, take the whole slide deck if you want. But what the request was, can you have a 1-slide PowerPoint presentation? Can you have a 5-slide one? Can you have a 10-slide? So we put all of that together in one PowerPoint. And it's really for you to go in and take whatever you need for any presentations that you have to stakeholders. It is to be updated regularly and circulated to AB members after each AB, welcoming, of course, comments during the AB. It is always available on the Google Drive, and that Google Drive link is in the PDF that was sent out. It is also in this PowerPoint presentation, and I'm happy to send it around, or Anna can send it around later, so that you always have access to that Google Drive, where an updated version of the PDF will be, as well as to the PowerPoint. The PowerPoint provides 81 slides to choose from, and the PDF includes it's several pages long, but it's a summary of the CDCN mandate and mission, key overarching messages, specific messages on youth and gender, key links, including to publications, social media accounts, newsletters, and so forth. So it's really a wealth of resources. And we invite you to use these resources as CDCN ambassadors. Please promote CDCN in your presentations. Whether you're sneaking in just a couple of mentions or a slide, or you want to take a whole deck, it's up to you. And then, of course, we do encourage you, and I think Anna has repeated this over and over again, we do encourage you to follow us on LinkedIn, to create your own LinkedIn posts, or simply just share what we put out there. And that's it from me. Back to Julia.
Thank you so much, Isabel. So under Strategic Action 6, I briefed on this at the joint session on Friday, so I can just quickly go through it again. So we had outreach with the Google Foundation and the Hewlett Foundation on joint meetings there, and then responding to the UNFCCC call for partnerships with the technology mechanism, which is an open call. That's on the tech website. We received 4 proposals, which we have looked at. And in response to the chair's comments on this call, We are going to jointly look at how to tailor this better and make it a bit more, fit for purpose. So we're looking into that, and that is one of the action points we're taking away from this strategic action area, so that we hopefully can present you something at the September AB, which is, less generic. Yeah, and that concludes the presentation. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Julia and Isabella, for sharing the information to support members with resource mobilization activities for the Secretariat. I now open the floor for reflection and questions, please. Thank you. The floor is open. Barrera?
Thank you for the presentation. Very interesting efforts that you are doing now. I just suggest you, in the case of Latin America, maybe the efforts that you are doing are not reflected in the presentation, but that you have some opportunities with the IDB. IDB is working in a project, in a huge project that is called Amazonia Forever, and they are connecting some technological solutions in this project. Maybe it's a good opportunity to talk with them. Thanks.
Shiro?
Thank you. I'd like to thank Secretariat for this significant progress in resource mobilization activities. I have two small clarification questions, which I brought up in the day 2 session during the annual operating plan report. I was wondering 2 points, which is related to resource mobilization. In the annual operating plan report, there was a section 8, which is about the report against the indicators. And during this table, there was an item that is a percentage increase of funding mobilized from existing bilateral donors and percentage increase in funding mobilized through resource from relevant operating entity of financial mechanism. So in this section, it only refers to funding mobilized from AFCIA, but it doesn't refer to GCF, PPF. So I was wondering why it is not mentioned here. Is it just the matter of timing? It was, for example, agreed in this year or etc. So that's one question. The other question is, again, another indicator, which is a level of engagement with private sector and philanthropic organizations. And the progress is one partnership approved, but I don't know which approval it refers to. So I'd like to have clarification on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ichiro. Next is Angela.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Thank you for the floor, Mr. Chair. Just to let you know, I messaged Justin and told him that his name was mentioned, and he really appreciates that. It's really good to see that. I think one thing that I took note for us to work together is that it's really hard for the private sector to engage globally in general funding. So one thing that I think we should think is how to ensure that when we have a proposition for the private sector to engage to a specific project, we also engage to the representative, to the respective country, and show that there is this partnership, but we also need non-marked budget coming from somewhere to ensure that there's money to keep the administrative work, and how we can make this strategy moving forward. That brings motivation for countries to invest, and as well to private sector, because then you show that there's a two road there. I think that's how we should explore. But it's a note for me to work on that with you on that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next on the list is Lydia.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Yes, it is a very essential subject item, and we encourage CTCN, Secretariat, AB members, and NDEs, and everyone to meet the needs of developing country for the first, and to encourage all activities to be mobilized by this budgets comes. I have two queries regarding meeting others for the mobilization. It's going by your collaboration with, for example, with the AB members virtually, maybe if we decided to meet XYZ entity. So how can we arrange this? Is it directly from myself as a AB member, or could be with the assistance of you, or with attendance of you also? How is the procedure is going on? And my second question is regarding the resources. Is it direct resources, like the fund it get every quarter or every year, or is it in kind? Sometimes it maybe for academic entity that offering to do some workshops for CTCN activity. I don't know, maybe you can explain it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lydia. Next is Eland.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Secretariat, for this presentation. Very important work, and I encourage you to continue. I just wanted to learn a bit more about the MOUs with ADB and EDB. Thank you.
Thank you, Elan. Next is Christopher.
Thank you, Chair. I wish to make 2 points. First of all, to thank the Secretariat for the presentation. I think this is really a good step in the right direction, and I echo the other parties that have also kind of asked you to continue this work. But I also want to highlight that we've now had the resource mobilization strategy for quite a while, and we're still awaiting the first kind of financial partnership or contribution from a private or philanthropic organization, which from our side we see as absolutely necessary for the CTCN to be able to grow and expand its support to developing countries. And that this kind of resource mobilization and opening of doors is also something that we expect of UNEP to be able to support the CTCN in. So when do you think we might see a first kind of financial collaboration with a private or philanthropic organization? Because we're very positive to such a development. Then my second point, and I wanted to come back to the chair's somewhat perplexing opening remarks this morning. Not really sure that I understand what the chair is referring to. During the opening of this Friday joint meeting, we made it very clear that we have a peculiar chairing situation this meeting, and that to avoid any disruptions, we accepted that to continue with the originally planned chairing arrangements, and we did this based on the recommendation of the Secretariat. So, I mean, we further highlighted that this will not set a precedent for future meetings, and in order to uphold the integrity of our processes, we reiterated the rules of procedure, and I believe that all members of the meeting have the right to recall the rules of procedure. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. Traore.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to thank the Secretariat for the great job. It is really a great job you are doing. I just want to ask a question. When you are trying to mobilize fund, is it, do you have a limit society or private sector you are working with, or you can try to mobilize a fund with all the private sector? Because I would like to suggest maybe you can also look for fund with mining societies. We know that they destroy a lot of the environment, but maybe they can pay attention to the request of the CTCN to try to have a better image. I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you, Taure. Next is Oli.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would also just like to provide my positive remarks on, an excellent update. Really appreciate the update broken down by strategic action area. One of the things that I want to just pick up on is you mentioned, of course, the changing landscape, and this is more competitive than ever. And in fact, I want to just zero in on that and say that due to that, that actually means it's more important than ever for us to be more aggressive and stand out from the rest. So it's definitely not the time for caution, it's the time to go all in. And one of my points is, how do we make the CTCN stand out from the rest of the crowd? Very difficult, especially given the size. And one of the things that I've always thought of the CTCN as, what its uniqueness is to others, is its position in the family of the UNFCCC, which very few organizations can claim. It provides sort of, if organizations and companies have a partnership with us, they can use, I know there's rules around the CTCN logo and all that, but partnering with the UNFCCC, I think, is a really great advantage for some stakeholders. So I'm wondering if in your pitches to these various organizations, are you highlighting our position within the UNFCCC and showing what that can, how that is part of, the spotlight in the world of moving climate forward. I would also just like to echo comments made by Christopher in terms of wanting to really see how UNEP can, mobilize efforts and really support the CTCN, and especially in wanting to see some financial contributions from these foundations. We know that there's restrictions around private sector, but really want to see some financial contributions come in from the efforts that you have been putting in. Finally, just wanted to say that I'm committed to continuing the efforts that we have shown and that my predecessor, Annie, has shown in driving this forward. So we remain committed to this and working with our bingo representative as much as possible and as much as needed. So remain at your service on this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Oli. Next is Christian.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Secretariat for that enlightening presentation. I just want to support the intervention made by Bingo about the nature of how hard a sell it is to do global funding. If we go into contributors and sponsors and we're asking them to tip money into a generic bucket of funding, it's a hard sell. We've got some great products that we can promote, and we can tie funding to. And I know from our point of view, from the CTCN and the Secretariat's point of view, it's much better to not have that earmarked. We want to be able to make our own judgment of where to spend the money. But if we really want to mobilise, I think we have to sell products. And there might be some value in working out a strategy of a ratio to that we set targets for. But just going to an ambassador or a country and saying, hey, can you give us money? And they don't really know what it's for. It could be for slam dams in Africa, or it could be for the pastry budget at Copenhagen. which I don't think we should cut, so by the way. Also, I want to reiterate the points made by Christopher and Orly that this private sector mobilisation is really important, and we're starting to feel a bit constrained by the UNEP rules around how we can accept funding and how that can be promoted and branded and where the logo can be shared. UNEP has been a great host, but they have to give us some flexibility here. This relationship is going to work if CTCN is allowed to grow, and UNEP has to allow that to happen, because there isn't really any other organisations out there that are doing what CTCN does. We see more demand for what we do than we can currently provide, or we have a budget to provide. And I don't think it's ridiculous to say that, our 10 million budget could easily be 100 million. The stuff we do and the market we have is almost without limit. So I think we should really think about how would we scale up? What is a realistic growth rate to have, and what sort of strategy for resource mobilisation would we need to achieve to get that? Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. Next is Ambrosio.
Thank you very much for the floor, Mr. Chair. I must say I agree with many of the points raised previously by the colleagues, including the congratulations to the Secretariat for the presentation and for the efforts made. I think this is a point that involves, of course, the CTCN, but also heavily involves, because it's part of the MOU, the UNEP, the host, in the particular resource mobilization effort that was included on the MOU and reiterated at COP25. In fact, one of the key elements of the decision, if you were at that negotiation, was the financial element of that negotiation, and as part of that, there was a reiteration of the role of UNEP into the resource mobilization. If I can just... It requested that to develop and implement plans to financially support the operation of the CTCN as so to facilitate its effective functioning in accordance with the MOU. So I'm going to bring this up. It's related to many of the points the colleagues have already mentioned. So one issue that we have been discussed for now quite some time is the private and philanthropy. That was part of the original MOU, as part of the diverse sources of funding. It came up with several negotiations across the years, and I believe just in Dubai we started to have some insight of what was happening and why it is quite hard. So the question is, and I guess it's a question to UNEP, not really to the Secretary, but the Secretary can respond if there's no UNEP representative here now, if there's any change or there is envision any change of UNEP policies regarding resource mobilization, so these efforts are made easier for the CTCN. So that's the first question. Are we having the same situation that we have 2 years ago, or UNEP is making changes to facilitate the efforts of the CTCN? That would be the first question. I completely agree with Orly in terms of the special value and the special position the CTCN holds, but due to the host, it's also not just UNFCCC, it's also UNEP. So that actually should reinforce a bit more that special position that the CTCN has. And now, as part of the climate change division, the recently created climate change division of UNEP, that probably can be taken advantage of in terms of further positioning when different potential partners and donors are approached. On the size, that's very easy solution. Somebody just give it quite a lot of money, and it's no longer small. So I think that one of the easier problems. Any donor that gives quite a big amount of money for citizens to operate might solve the issue early. So that's probably something that can be solved precisely with with more resources. This was part of informal conversation, so I won't go into the details, but I got the impression through this conversation that happened in the last couple of years that this climate change division, the specialist staff will support in some manner the efforts of the CTCN in terms of matchmaking So I saw that matchmaking function came out in the presentation in terms of mobilizing funding through other, in perhaps a more programmatic manner through the different funds and other venues of funding. And the impression I got is this specialist will help to get proposals going, to get financing through the GEF, through the ECF, through the Adaptation Fund. And I wonder if that is actually happening. Does the climate change division of UNEP specialists are working with the CTCN specialists in order to help create proposals for programs to get financing? I think it's an important question because either it's not formally in this part of the negotiation, but I'm here actually as a party. It's important for us to see if what we understand, maybe people saying this, they don't understand, but for us, we understand that as a promise. So we have expectations of words spoken to us, and we are very keenly know if that is starting to be materialized. On the resource mobilization, in a bit, we go up into the mandate, but then I will remind that already in the current mandate seems to allow it, and this was emphasized on the periodic assessment decision about pilot and demonstration, and this is also related to some of the decisions and recommendations coming up the second independent review. I don't recall if the first one, but definitely on the second one, about the engagement of technology providers. You will think that in the case of pilot and demonstration project, there may be an opportunity with the private sector when specific technologies could be showcased, and people wanted to showcase the technology may have an interest on providing, on supporting this type of project. But again, I will repeat a question made in the previous year. I don't know the status of implementation of that decision on pilot and demonstration, and if that has been implemented, I wonder if, or is going to be implemented, I wonder if there is also an opportunity specifically with technology providers to have an engagement that could support, in this case, maybe it's not a sort of pro bono in terms of potential equipment in the context of technical assistance that could be donated for the purpose of demonstration in different countries. Final, since of course this will go into the discussion that we'll have this year and probably the next year under the COP, definitely this is a reflection, the ability of the host to facilitate resource mobilization from these sources perhaps is something that should be considered as part of the criteria of electing the new host of the CTCN. Thanks.
Thank you, Ambrosio. Next is Miranda.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, thank you for making us so welcome as observers under the bingo constituency. It's very kind of you. An awful lot of very important things have been said about the importance of the UNFCCC association, the importance of having something where we're bringing countries involved when they've got businesses being supported with technologies and projects. All of those things are really valuable, especially the point about how do we get philanthropists involved, how do we finally get that private financing. Following the discussions at COP for the last few years about technology deployment, the real answer is going to get those massive funds from the private financiers in will really help. But Julia and Isabel, I wanted to say we're very conscious that the UK government isn't properly present here, and we would love to help you in those conversations. We're in touch with our government civil service colleagues, and they're very interested that we're here. So if we can help you, we would love to. Thank you.
Thank you, Miranda. Next is the gentleman from Colby College.
I'm good, thank you. Someone else had already brought up the point I was thinking about, so thank you so much. Yeah.
Then next we'll go to Victor.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. I wasn't sure what my point was going to be here, but I have to react after some of the remarks made. You know, I look forward to meeting later with the team about talking about some potential new targets that haven't been thought of before. But, you know, the philanthropic organizations, the foundations, are not parties to the Paris Agreement. They're the private sector, not parties to the Paris Agreement. And I understand that there's language that's been agreed in the work plan and the resource mobilization strategy to target them. But the entities that have the commitments under the Paris Agreement, under the convention, are the developed countries. You know, they shall provide resources. And so when I hear these, you know, the philanthropic organizations don't have big fossil fuel subsidies packages that they can draw on. They aren't, you know, considering affordable energy packages to invest in US LNG, as the European Commission is doing right now, based on the so-called Japan model. They aren't rearming themselves with, you know, trillion-dollar budgets to go to war and make the whole crisis worse. They aren't aggressively taxing wealthy people or carbon fairly. They're not considering how to do intellectual property rights waivers to make it more affordable for countries to access the technologies, to actually do the implementation. You know, they're not being serious about debt cancellation to create the fiscal space for developing countries. This is the role of developed countries in this space. And I feel like it's just a repetition of the running away of responsibilities to call on this team to try to mobilize private sector and philanthropic organizations when it's the responsibility of people in this room to go find the money from your national budgets. And I just don't understand the power. I do understand the power dynamic here, but I'm calling attention to it because it's just not fair and it's failing. You know, when I hear a lot of climate speeches from officials, and I never hear them talk about the CTCN and the importance of implementing technology rollout according to the Paris Agreement. And so this may seem hypocritical, you know, for an American to be saying this when my country is pulled out of the convention now 3 times, the agreement and 3 times, which is why I'm trying to open a door to the state of California as a possible way to step in for this as a clean technology champion. But I want to say this is the direct result of a lack of philanthropic organizations providing funding to civil society to do the campaigning in the national capitals of the developed countries to put out the money in their budgets for climate finance. You know, where this is the first meeting after what I call the Baku debacle, where the NCQG it was like a big zero. I mean, it's absolutely shameful. And then so to come here and say that we need to get money from philanthropic organizations, it's, you know, it's why the world is burning and why we're failing to stay on target. So I, you know, will want to let you know what we are doing in the US, though. This is like a moment of total reset, as you're seeing in the stock market and the bond market. But at least what civil society is doing now is reorienting and aligning its position on what the United States' fair share is in terms of both mitigation and delivering climate finance and technology. And so we know this current Congress is not going to deliver that money, but we are doing the rebuilding and looking for the millions of dollars of budget that we need to mobilize the billions of dollars or trillions of dollars from our government to deliver up to its commitments. So I'm sorry, I'm emotional having to listen to some of the words here of the developing country delegates continue to just shirk their responsibilities and put it onto, I mean, also there's like, when the philanthropic organizations are the same entities that civil society is asking for money from. So it puts us in competition with you and your jobs and the implementation of the Paris Agreement commitments. It's just not right. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Victor. And Peter, next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. well, I don't know about the fairness and all this and the competition, but I do think that it's an uphill struggle for CTCN to find money from private philanthropists and so on. And I think one of the reasons is probably because it's part of the UN family. I think it's difficult to attract funding to a UN organization like that from such sources. And I'm also sorry that CTCN has to spend time on doing this. It's really not where you should be spending your time, but that's of course the world we live in. Now, I was thinking that probably some of the UN agencies that are capable of getting funding from private sources and philanthropists may be the ones that are involved in humanitarian work, like World Food Programme, UNHCR, UNICEF, and so on. Because there's a certain urgency, is a different topic. So maybe that could also be angled, some of CTCN's work could be angled also towards technology that help in disaster situations, because that's part of the climate change issues also. And we are actually, it might help that we are in the next edition of the Green Technology book that we'll present here at next COP is actually on disaster, like technologies that can help in climate change disaster situations. So maybe that could be used as a leverage for that. Other than that, I think it's also the role of UNEP, I think is important. I don't know exactly what is the agreement that you have with UNEP and so on, but I do remember at the COP, I think it was 2 years ago, where Inga Andersen, when you had the launching of the work plan, I remember clearly that she said that she was going to knock on every door to find money for CTCN. I think Al Gore was there also, so maybe that's why she said it, I don't know, but she did. And I was just wondering whether anything ever came out of that. Do you have a core budget from CTCN? I don't remember that from the discussion on funding there, but maybe I mean, UNEP does charge an overhead for your funding, so maybe you should ask them to play a stronger role in doing that, so you don't have to spend the time on it. Finally, I saw that you're targeting some of the big Danish companies and so on, and that might be a good idea actually, because CTCN is part of heightening the standing of Denmark within the climate change game. So I think that's actually something that might work, and Grundfos and Novo Nordisk and so on are definitely there and could be as you're doing it. Finally, what Christian mentioned on the limitations that the UNEP system imposes on you and working with the private sector and so on, I think also that's something you have to work on if you can. I don't know how much wiggle room there is in UNEP for that. But of course, you could also consider to be hosted by an organization like WIPO instead. We don't have any problems with the private sector. That was not a formal proposition or anything, so please don't put it at the resume. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Next is Valeria.
Thank you, Chair. And first of all, thank you, Julie and Isabel, for the presentation. And I support what Victor said. And also in line with what Peter said, I think the CTCN has a value, and it's like the intersectionality that they're trying to do, like the Secretary is trying to do with the projects on gender, youth, and IPOs. And that's a way that we can collaborate to search for specific funding, organizations that are looking for impact in like marginalized groups. So this is a way also to like disseminate the message that technology has social impacts and that the CTCN is taking charge of that. So I think that's an approach that we can explore more. And that's also to say that gender IPOs or civil organizations here are also like to collaborate with you. It's not like that you cannot, or you shouldn't see like gender IPOs or youth so only like a mandate or something that is like request, but also something that can support and help to improve the CTCN work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Valeria. Next is Christopher.
Thank you very much, Chair. I wanted to reply to the statement by Victor on behalf of the environmental NGOs. And I mean, I very much understand your position, and I really think it's the role of the environmental NGOs of driving forward ambition as much as possible from all parties. And I would say from our side in the European Union, we're very used to the environmental NGOs making these statements because we still listen, we still care about the topic of climate change, unquestionably. But in the case of the climate crisis, it's getting a little bit repetitive with this kind of dichotomy between private or public finance. That if we're going to address the climate crisis, we need all the finance that we can to address this. And from the side of the European Union and the EU member states, we are the biggest contributor to the $100 billion goal. We are the biggest contributor to the CTCN. We provided 500% more than the United States. So it's not a question of whether we want to provide more finance to an initiative like the CTCN. We do. Like when I come home to Brussels, I lobby all my politicians to get them to attend events for the CTCN at COP. But we did a mapping to identify climate initiatives. We found 500 active climate initiatives on mitigation and adaptation, and we don't have money to all of them. So we have to choose. And we have to pick and choose, and we will choose to finance the initiatives that have the biggest impact. So the best thing that we can do to ensure that we get resources for the CTCN is to make the CTCN as effective as possible, because that will help us to raise finance for the initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. I see Victor's flag.
Thanks. Just to reply to the reply, again, those other entities don't have legal commitments under the convention or under the Paris Agreement. Your entity does. And the European Commission, as I understand, is proposing, I don't know how much money, to go and contribute to the largest expansion of fossil fuels on the planet, which is in the US right now, the Gulf Coast, based on the Japan model. So it's like developed countries have the money. Where there's a will, there's a way. And I'm not doubting that you're doing everything you can, but the money's out there. So it doesn't just mean that, I acknowledge that, yes, you do much more than the US, and my country is shameful. And so I'm not sure what to tell you other than now that they've pulled out, you need to do even more to fill that gap. I mean, that's what the reality is going to be for the next 4 years. So I'm willing to help do that however you can do it, but that's the reality we face. And regardless of the numbers that you cite, it's still not anywhere near the European Union's fair share, considering historical responsibility, considering common but differentiated responsibilities. So you get the gold medal for putting the most money in, but it's still not where we need to be. And I think everybody knows that.
Thank you, Victor. Let me take this opportunity to give the Secretariat the chance to respond.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you for all the comments and interest shown in the resource mobilization. And I think this is part of a wider dialogue that has been happening at several advisory boards, where there is a question on how the CTCN can diversify funding. And we are very much aware of the request from the advisory board and that we need to diversify. I do want to make a point, though, that when the resource mobilization and partnership strategy was implemented, it might not have looked very specifically at the UNEP's rules and regulations as the hosting agency. We all know that UNEP, as part of the UN Secretariat, has very strict due diligence and very strict rules and regulations in place. And this is also where, when we fundraise for the CTCN, and there's also a point having been made there that philanthropies in private sector do not necessarily look at funding the UN. They do prefer CSOs, NGOs for this type of funding. That we are also in competition with other UN agencies. I used to work for the World Food Programme, which is not part of the UN Secretariat, and they have a much easier strategy in place. So we're also, in competition with these agencies. And another point is also that we, as the CTCN, we are an active implementer, and we are hosted by a normative body. So this is also where these considerations also need to take place. I also heard Karina and Victor and Miranda and Orly saying they have certain things in mind for us to that they want to help us with the resource mobilization and provide introductions, and we're very grateful for that, and we will take you up on that, because that is definitely where we see the advisory board's role within this resource mobilization, that you help us with introductions. I also hear the point on that it's very hard to approach the private sector globally, on a global scale. And that's also why we, for instance, with the help of Justin, had that, and Stephen was also there, where we had that call with the International Chamber of Commerce, because we have started doing out-of-the-box thinking, right? Because we need to get creative. So we had a webinar where we introduced technical assistances, where we pitched the scale-up to the companies. And this is something we think is an effective tool, which would also not require us to enter into any legal instruments with the private sector or philanthropies. So this is an effective, this can be an effective strategy, but good things take time. So we are, but we are definitely working on that. And we are also pitching the Global Youth Programme and the collaboration we have with you. We're also pitching that because these are also, more, this is also like not as broad of a pitch, so it's easier to find interest that way. Thank you to Japan for. Exactly. So the GCF PPF, that's actually we should include that. So we will include that as well. And the one partnership approved, that is from a closure report where it was that was reported on from the result of a technical assistance. If I look at other. The question from Sweden on the resources in kind or direct. So we have different funding modalities. We have in kind as well, and earmarked and unearmarked. So we have these different. We are also pro bono modalities from Korea and Japan. On Sweden's question on the MOUs with EDB and ADB, this is also linking to the question if we've made any headway with UNEP. So the conversation with the EDB has been going on for a year now, and that's also, it takes a lot of time, these things. But we have been in conversation with the UNEP legal team, and they have been helpful in tweaking to a certain point the legal instruments, but as they are by nature very risk averse, dialogue still needs to continue with EDB and ADB, but this is also where we consider in-kind contributions, knowledge sharing partnerships, capacity building, sharing, these sort of things, to again have this out-of-the-box thinking. And when it comes to the private sector in general, I think we shouldn't forget that 53% of our network is private sector. So we do engage with the private sector a lot. And to answer on Burkina Faso's question, there are certain sectors we can't engage with, and the any oil derivatives or mining sectors, we cannot engage with them. Yeah. And to Canada's question, how we stand out from the rest. So indeed, yeah, we definitely are focusing on the CTCN's unique value proposition, which is where we come in that huge climate landscape, where we are that upstream instrument that can enable larger programs to come in. And I think that's also a very effective pitch to make, especially also for donor countries, because if we create that enabling environment through a very small technical assistance, that can really open the door for really big programs which could not be implemented otherwise. So that is definitely a pitch we are making, and it's quite successful. And with the UNFCCC in general, we are very much pitching that we have that convening capacity that others lack, right? So especially through our capacity building events, yeah. And that's also one of the pitches we're making to the Novo Nordisk Foundation, that we have that convening capacity. And yeah. Let me see here. Chile, I think you were referring to AFCIA 2 when you were speaking about the scale-up of the scale-up modality, because under the AFCIA program, apart from the technical assistances, we have these two concept notes, Burundi 5 million and Maldives 5 million. That is part of that package. When it comes to yeah, I think that was it from my side. I'll hand over to Ariesta.
Thank you very much, Julia, and thank you very much for the interest of AB members and also colleagues, observers around the room. Since I came to join the CTCN, resource mobilization is my priority, and it should be. I'm fully aware about the challenges that face by UNEP as an entity that's already explained by Julia, and also as a part of the UN Secretariat. However, also, just to mention that the current changes in the geopolitical situations actually provides an opportunity also for UNEP, because all of us, our UN families, are impacted. So there are flexibility, and I've already spoken with the new Climate Change Division Director of the encouragement by the AB members that we have to continue to pursue along the line of trying to securing funding from other sources than just the traditional donor. So we are working on that, and there is already a flexibility from the higher level management of UNEP with regard to the foundations. I think we can work around that. And one example that I think Julia mentioned on Novo Nordisk, this is like one area where we hope that we can really build and work together with them. This is also a bit probably to answer Ambrosio's questions on the pilot and demonstrations and the specific technologies, because this is relates to technologies in the agricultures to help with the food security issue by having like a certain crop that actually less emitting of the NO2. So we are exploring the collaborations on that with the Novo Nordisk, and also while that is perhaps there is a questions on how the new climate change divisions work with the CTCN and support the effort of CTCN. The proposal preparations for the AFCIA 2 has been benefiting a lot from the UNEP expertise. And I think that's one of the major reasons why the CTCN proposal was very strong, and we were awarded not only the AFCIA 2,
but also the coordination service, which we will be actually doing together with UNEP as our host entity. And again, the climate change division is new. CTCN is part of that, and we continue looking into the opportunities into collaborating with UNEP, and UNEP's strong skill or expertise is actually lays in the fact that they have a strong work with the countries, collaborating with countries, and facilitating the implementation of projects. So this is something that we are looking at internally also, but also like I've been communicating with the management of UNEP. I think there's a question from Egypt that I don't know whether this has been answered, how the AB members can meet others. And this is something that do reach out to us. It's in the past, the AB members have been very, very active. Sometimes they did it themselves. I remember Erwin Rose, the former chair of the AB, he'd like actually to present the case of CTCN whenever it's possible, in any opportunities, but also many times he actually engage us. So then the CTCN actually helping you to make the pitch. So it depends on the situations, and we stand ready to help you. On the questions of yes. I think it's just like to emphasize again that a few of the efforts that we are looking at is actually indeed taking time, but I think this is where the efforts of the priority of the CTCN should be, and we will continue providing update with you, but also we reaching out to you. Please do connect CTCN with the potential partners, with the foundations. I think you've seen that we met a number of foundations and try to explore that. One thing that also I also would like to mention is that it is indeed a tricky, I would say, to sell the CTCN work. The board has decided what the focus area of the CTCN with the 5 transformation areas, and we working with that in order to also match the needs or the interest of the donor or the philanthropy foundations, because sometimes they said, okay, we have money, but it's for health. Well, the health is not part of the 5 transformation area that the CTCN is currently undertaking under the current program of work. So we will try to see where within the program of work, transformative areas that the board has asked the CTCN to do, where we can actually see the match in terms of with the donor needs. The other thing I would like to mention is the creations of sort of like a program. I think I mentioned that in the director's presentations on Monday, but we feel also this is one way where we can sort of like sell the unique value of the CTCN, of our skill and ability is actually to run the small-scale programs. The AFSIA 1, AFSIA 2 are a good example. The EC, 2 EC programs, we are currently doing it, and we will be continuing looking into the specific topic within the 5 transformative areas in order to pitch this. Decarbonization in industry, for example, it's something that's very, very interesting also to some of the potential donors as well as at the foundation, and we continue also be looking into this type of approach. So not selling the unearmarked funds, for example, because we understand that there's quite a bit of challenge on to gain interest on that. So I'll stop here and happy to take the discussion bilaterally, Chair, because we are actually running over the time on this agenda item. Thank you.
Isabella, do you have anything to? Okay, thank you very much. Oh yeah, I can see more flags, and we are eating into our time for tea or coffee. But let me give the floor to Victor and then Ambrosio. I think then we close.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, everybody. I know coffee breaks are important, but so is finding the money to keep this going and making it happen. And I just want to reiterate that I do not doubt you're doing everything you can, and I want to suggest maybe one strategy. I don't know if it's been tried, but perhaps it could be, but it would take some effort. My first meeting last fall in Bonn, I was talking to Fred about the next meeting and how we would coordinate the calendars not to conflict with the UN General Assembly, and could we combine it with a visit to New York and to Washington to meet the money, to meet people not only in Wall Street who can support somehow, but to make the trip down to Washington. This was before Trump got reelected, and we had still the prospect of another Biden or Harris administration, where we do have champions there, but you have to go meet these people, you know, and that's what I'm suggesting here. I don't know if we've looked at that as like going, so maybe next fall, when we're back in Bonn, the developing country leadership, Ariesta, the Secretariat, come a couple days early or plan to stay a couple days later. Go to Brussels, go to Berlin, go to some of the capitals and meet the people whose job it is to allocate the money so that they see and hear developing country leadership to make the case for what the mission of this thing is. I guarantee you a lot of these people, our best climate champions, don't know what the CTCN is. You know, it just doesn't have the visibility. So we have to, you know, they say you have to spend money to make money, right? So I'm suggesting we spend some money, a couple nights in the key capitals, a couple nights on hotels, per diems, whatever to put that money down, because that's how we build the relationships for actually turning on the spigots that are in the capitals.
Thank you, Victor, for that suggestion. And Ambrosio next, then we shall end with Christopher, and we close the list.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Sorry to take the floor again, but as Victor correctly said, this is a very key agenda item for the function and future of the CTCN. I do feel, perhaps, and maybe it was not the general tone that I said, but I do feel optimistic about the future of the CTCN. I feel optimistic first because, as I said at the beginning of the meeting, the NCQE decision adopted last year on tripling the funds was adopted with full knowledge and after the changes in administration in one of the major parties. So when this decision and this commitment was adopted, we already know what's probably will going to happen. There was some foresight into the decision. Developing country parties, we were not happy with the final agreement in terms of our expectations, but one of the reasons why this was accepted was precisely because probably most parties have the foresight that something like this could happen. So why optimistic? Because the decision to tripling fund was made with knowledge of, potential knowledge of what will happen in the future regarding one of the major parties of the convention. That means that there is expectation, of course, that on this tripling of fundings mobilization and overall mobilization commitment adopted, CTCN can play a role. So that's one element of it. The second element that makes me optimistic is that my impression over the years is that we have been improving a bit in terms of working together towards partnerships and resource mobilization. There were some efforts with the UNFCCC Secretariat. It would be nice to know if there's something more that can be done in terms of this partnership with the UNFCCC Secretariat. There was guidance from a previous COP decision. There is also, of course, and I need to appreciate the work that Justin made on the previous year, and of course, that's a very high expectations for you, Angela, and we appreciate a lot that you're stepping in to take up on that role. But also looking at you, I just remembered that we also have Pedro from the COP presidency, and I'm very sure that the COP presidency, COP30 presidency, might be eager to help the CTCN on these efforts. And I think it's very important to foster that partnership, because I'm sure he will be, if we ask, he will try to help us. Brazil will try to help the CTCN. And maybe this can be combined with the idea by Victor. One of the reasons we moved the second CTCN meeting a bit earlier was precisely to not conflict with the New York Climate Week. So that precisely with the idea that CTCN representatives could attend to the Climate Week in New York and do exactly what Victor has proposed. So this is a bit of reminding that that was done with that planning in advance, thinking that that could be a place to have the resource mobilization. And of course, with the partnership with the co-presidency, that definitely could help make such a more stronger case for the CTCN. So I see a lot of potential and optimism in terms of moving forward with our resource mobilization. There is a very important point. Of course, we appreciate, and this is very important, we appreciate all the contributions made by the different member states and different stakeholders to the CTCN. This is more perhaps a bit of to keep a bilateral after, but it's important to be shared with the rest, especially with the Secretariat and the members, or one of the biggest contributors to the CTCN. Just tell us very clearly what's the impact. We're going to decide to give money on impact. So of course the question is, okay, how the biggest contributor to the CTCN understands impact. That's very important. It is related to a comment I made on the resource mobilization package before coming to the meeting. My comment was, have you made some sort of a focal group with the potential donors to see if the package is aligned with their expectations? So how the European Union or the European Commission understands impact, and how potential donors and existing donors understand impact, and how this package for resource mobilization can be tailored to deliver a more impactful message. And also we connect with a comment by Lydia. I think it's a very good question in terms, okay, what non-Annex 1 AV members that countries don't really have that much resources to give to the CTCN. They barely have enough to give to all the UN institutions, including the payment of the contributions to the UNFCCC. So the question is of what can we do to either help the CTCN on the resource mobilization in presenting the case, presenting the examples, or even helping our Annex 1 colleagues. When Christopher goes back to Europe and asks to prioritize CTCN, is there something that we as non-Annex 1 can do to help that case? So I think that's also an important question in terms of, okay, what we can do also to support these efforts, knowing that our governments might not be able to provide money, but we can perhaps help strengthen the case when this is presented for prioritization. Thank you very much for the responses on the question to the Secretariat. I believe all of them were responded. I think just the example that you mentioned with Novo Nordisk is exactly the kind of example I was trying to bring up in terms of you're putting a technology, and of course the technology provider will have an interest on having a place to pilot that and to potentially use that pilot to create a market. This might sound a bit cynical, but I think, of course, I love the philanthropic spirit, but I think usually things tend to get traction when also there is a bit of the actions also support their own self-interests in terms of mobilizing funding. So on the current situation, and this might be not ideal, but it might create an opportunity, I could foresee that perhaps some companies will try to search for new markets for the products, in this case, technology companies. And one way that these companies could open up new markets is precisely through pilot and demonstration in different countries. So I see the same thing that perhaps trying to be done with Novo Nordisk can be, if that is successful, so we have to go slowly, maybe start to going up with other on relevant technologies. With the thing of the program of work, this is also very important because I remember on the previous days when we asked about it, that one of the health proposals was related to health infrastructure. But infrastructure is part of the program of work. It's one of the key areas. So if you're telling me that some of the funding could be related to health infrastructure, my response will be that is not just aligned with part of the program of work, that is about infrastructure, improving the climate impacts on the climate resilience of health infrastructure could be one of the most impactful things that the CTCN could support. That goes straight directly into one of the goals under the global goal on adaptation. My understanding of that, if there's actually an opportunity, I think we need to try to see if you can tweak the interest of the potential partner into the program work. If that's the case, if the case was effectively on infrastructure, because of health infrastructure, because actually that could be part of the infrastructure thing on the CTCN. The final comment, I was just looking at my notes to make sure. I really appreciate the comment by Waipo. I'm going to finalize after this. Peter, your comment is very much appreciated, and to be honest, until you mentioned that, I would have not thought in my mind Waipo's potential of the CTCN, and now that you brought that up, I thought, okay, these people actually know a mapping of all the climate technologies. Okay, that was interesting. Thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you, Ambrosio. Next is Christopher. Then we'll close from the Colby College. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll be brief so we can move on to the next point on the agenda. And I want to thank Victor for his comment and suggestion and the interest on organizing meeting with financial stakeholders. I think a field trip to Wall Street would be great. I don't know if it's compatible with our goal of finding Mopane worms for next AB meeting. But perhaps a more actionable step forward is at a future meeting, we could invite, for an example, the Net Zero Banking Alliance, which is 129 banks that are committed to net zero, to see how they work with climate technologies and financing climate technologies. We could also invite the European Financial Reporting Advisory Group that has been developing the EU taxonomy on sustainable activities, because yesterday Ambrosio mentioned the example of the taxonomy in Chile as a very powerful way of channeling finance to climate technologies. So in that case, and if there's an interest in that, then we're very happy to try to invite these stakeholders to attend a future meeting. And in terms of what Ambrosio mentioned as well on what non-Annex 1 countries can do to make it easier for Annex 1 and donors to champion the CTCN is, first of all, you're doing an amazing job already in terms of highlighting and fighting for the CTCN, and that's really the most important thing. But also that to elevate the CTCN onto in the briefings and speeches of your own politicians, because when they meet with Annex 1 parties to say that the CTCN really is a valuable initiative, and then our politician will know and to listen and to commit funding to what is important for you. So I think that is a very concrete way. But thanks a lot for all of you.
Thanks. And lastly, we go to Colby College.
Thank you, Chair. And I'll keep it really brief as well. And I think I was hesitating a little bit earlier to bring up some of these points because being the youngest person in the room, as having their first experience here, it was a little intimidating to bring any sort of like thing that could be perceived as critique. While I don't personally think it's critique. I think Victor rightly highlighted the significant risks with private sector funding, and these concerns are really valid in my own experience as well. I've sort of seen this in multiple occasions. As a graduating senior from college, I've been trying to find jobs in sustainable investing space, and every time I sort of have conversations with private sector individuals and I bring up issues of small island nations and what we can do to protect them, it's always been met with scrutiny because there's not a viable economic model. And similar kind of conversation is extended to philanthropies as well. While they don't have an economic model, World Health Organization is a good case study where some of the interests are being muddled by the interests of the philanthropies itself, and there have been a lot of case studies on this. However, that's not to say I do not see the value of private sector involvement. I am here from a private academic institution, and my trip here was paid by the private academic institution, and I've learned a lot. So being forward-thinking, I do see value in something that Christopher mentioned too, in engagement of both private and public, and it's not a dichotomy. And I think it warrants a discussion on how we could further conversations on the safeguards, due diligence, and alignment protocols CTCN has in place when we engage private sector funding. Specifically, how does CTCN ensure partner objectives fully align with our core mission, neutrality and interest of the CTCN and the countries it serves? Understanding this rigorous approach is key to proceeding confidently. And separately, I also agree on proactive outreach. Colby College is a private institution, but it also functions as nonprofit, and we have an endowment of over $2 billion for a school that only has 2,000 students. And one of the ways that they have been able to achieve this is just constant engagement with donors and proactive communication, which the team has already been working on. And we could try to extend some of the models. I've also worked in private equity in New York City in the past with asset under management of billions of dollars, and investor relations has always been linked with spending money to earn money. So happy to help on this end and engage in any sort of discussions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and I hope the Secretariat has taken note of that and will incorporate the comments in further documents for use. So we'd like now to take 10 minutes for tea and come back at 11:15. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Can I invite you to please take a seat? Perhaps if you're getting a drink, please do, but then take a seat and we will continue our agenda in the next couple of minutes. Thank you. Well, thanks very much once again, everybody. Welcome back to our meeting. So we move to agenda item 24 and the reference document, the Gender Work Plan for 2025, outlining planned activities for the year ahead. At the 22nd Advisory Board meeting, the board endorsed the CTCN gender policy, request to the Secretariat in collaboration with the Gender Focal Point to develop and implement an annual gender work plan to guide its efforts in this area. So I now invite Anastasia to present the progress made in implementing the gender work plan for 2025. So you have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Good morning, everyone. I will be presenting on behalf of my colleague Molly Sharon, who is the new focal point for gender mainstreaming work with CTCN, but unfortunately she's traveling for our retreat and couldn't connect online, so I'll be presenting on her behalf. As you recall, in September 2024, the CTCN presented the gender work plan for 2025. And this is the presentation to update you on what's so far been delivered towards the work plan presented. So in technical assistance, the main key points that are under implementation and some of them being achieved. The first one is gender assessment and action plan template implementation. CTCN now will follow a standardized GAP template to ensure that we have gender responsiveness throughout the technical assistance implementation. We are also working closely with Women Engaged for Common Future to identify and start working and developing the 5% monitoring tool for technical assistance, because as you recall, we had this amendment in the gender policy that every technical assistance should have 5% budget allocation for gender mainstreaming activities. So we are now looking into the different opportunities, how the tool will be working. This is in the very initial stage, and we will be reporting on that in the future. We also contracting 2 consultants on energy and national systems innovations. The contracting is at its final stage, and I know that many members are interested in this documents. So probably by the next meeting we will be able to present the results. Just a few more words on the gender assessment and action plan. The GAP is developed in alignment with the technical assistance response plans to ensure the gender mainstreaming is effectively integrated, embodied throughout the implementation of each technical assistance. It will be developed by the assigned gender focal point within the implementation team, to inform the process of implementation. In here, we will have 3 main components. It's capacity building to address the specific needs of women, men, and our marginalized group. We will have gender-responsive data collection to inform equitable decision-making and policy development. And our questions promoting gender equality in leadership roles and access to resources in the context of climate technology. On the monitoring and evaluation of technical assistance, we are happy to report that now technical assistance response plan includes reference to the technology mechanism, climate technology, gender roster. It also has reference to gender assessment, which was referenced in the previous slides. And the closure report also has gender mainstreaming activities of each technical assistance. And in the closure reports, we will have the gap outcome in the end of each TA. These are just some examples of the technical assistance projects implemented in Cambodia and Indonesia that had strong gender component in it. And the first one is from Cambodia Market Assessment in the application of climate technologies in the agriculture sector for rural development in Cambodia. It had prioritized gender equality and inclusivity in the climate technologies within Cambodia's agriculture and water sectors. It also, the assistance helped to advocate for policies tailored for specific needs of women in these sectors, and also achieved equal participations in workshop trainings and decision-making of the project. In Indonesia, maybe less strong gender component, but still it helped to address a review of gender issues and practices in the country, and also contributed to different training modules aimed at capacity building development for national stakeholders. On the capacity building level, CTCN continues to integrate gender in different events, including like NDE regional forums. And last year, those who attended, you remember that under CTCN review overview of work, all NDEs had a chance to learn more about gender policy, gender work of CTCN. So it is already embedded there. We also try to do gender balance panels during SBs and COP, and also highlight projects when we select the case studies that are presented to have gender component in it. Also, one of the examples on capacity building is that in 2 weeks, we will have, together with the UNEP team in Bangkok, the Empower webinar, Women for Climate Resilient Societies. This webinar will be delivered online, digitally only, and you will find more information soon on our social media, because the announcement is scheduled for tomorrow. So if you're interested to attend, please register and attend. On the network and partnerships, we are happy to report the inclusion of CTCN Gender Policy and Action Plan during the network onboarding. We continue to promote technology mechanism roster. We continue communication campaign. We continue included it in the newsletter and our possible communication assets we develop. Also, as mentioned already, we are contracted 2 gender consultants, and CTCN is happy to share the news that one of these consultants was basically taken from the roster, although they still had to apply through a different platform. But we reach out to people we filter in the roster, and some of them applied. And for energy systems, we will have this matchmaking basically made from the roster of the very first match for CTCN. We also collaborated with Women Engaged for Common Future on the 9th edition of Gender Just Climate Solution. The CTCN team sat on the jury, and we also assisted and helped with drafting 3 stories in the publication on the technical category. These are just some examples on knowledge sharing and communication. I'm pretty sure many of you who follow us on social media, you can see what we try to embed and integrate gender mainstreaming work in our social media posts. We also recently had a nice story about a winner on the technical category of Gender Just Climate Solution. And also the publication for those interested to learn more about this collaboration. And the last slide will be on fact sheets. My colleagues Nadesh and Isabel already mentioned earlier, but just to highlight in this presentation that some of AFCEA fact sheets address gender considerations and provide gender disaggregated data for technical assistance project. And each of them have this component, but as you see on the screen, these are three best examples where we achieved 50-50 parity. So we take them already as a success story for the gender work. And I believe this is it from my side. Thank you. Over to you, Vice Chair.
Thank you very much, Anastasia, for this overview of gender mainstreaming activities. So, colleagues, the floor is open. First of all, to AB members and later to observers. Nigeria, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Anastasia, for a very good presentation on the gender. I think the work you've done within the CTC and gender is very important, and the document is very important, especially now that countries are doing the NDC 3.0 review, and NDC 3.0 must come with gender mainstreaming. So it's a very good document, good reference document for that process. And it's also a very good document for the UNFCCC GAP, Gender Action Plan Review, which by June, it's already started, but by June we should conclude, being a gender focal point myself. In the meeting we had in February for the pre-SB 62 in Nairobi, we did, as the AGN, African Group of Negotiators, National Gender Focal Points, bring up very strongly the need to put in the technology part of issues in gender mainstreaming, and we put it in our submissions also to the UNFCCC as the view of the AGN. So strongly we have put in that technology component. So I don't know how it works, but there's a need to have some kind of synergy, some kind of collaboration with the UNFCCC Gender Secretariat, because again, I think this document would help us at the National Gender and Focal Points level, where we have new focal points come in. We've asked for some kind of onboarding package for the focal points, and this would be a good documented tool to also include in the onboarding of gender focal points. Nigeria made that submission to the NFCCC. It's in the AGN also that we need to have like a onboarding package for the national gender focal points, because they would now play a very, very vital role in NDC 3.0 review, the NAPs, the LT-LEDs and all that, because everything has to have that gender mainstreaming, and it would be good to also have that technology end of things for them to consider and impute. I'm very happy to hear that most of the projects you're doing has that disaggregated gender data availability, which has been a very big gap, but I'm hoping the CTCN will push and try and close up the gap for that gender disaggregated data that is very much required. Thank you very much for good work, and we encourage you to do more. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nigeria. Next is the Women and Gender constituency, please.
Thank you, Chair. And first of all, I want to thank the Secretariat, Anastasia and Molly, that is not here, but please give her my thanks. Yeah, I think the CTCN has done a really great job trying to mainstream gender, and we know that not all the tasks is for the CTCN. There is also the NDEs and the implementation organizations. But I want to say that this gap is going to help also the CTCN to communicate about the impacts, the before agenda item that we were discussing. I think with the years, we are going to have like more data. As Halima said, gender disaggregated data is very important to communicate about impact. So during the years, we are going to be able to measure more about the changes in the technical assistance and also like in the implementation. So that's really, really good. I also support what Halima said. I think now we are in a really good timing for all of these improvements, and it's time that CTCN can present it. Is the gap, the review of the gap, is the review of the NDCs, but also we are talking about adaptation. This COP is going to be adaptation too, and just transition, and there are topics that are very linked to technology and to gender. And therefore, I also suggest to explore more opportunities during the Climate Week, because we are going to have the NDE forum during the Climate Week. And in this week in Panama, they are going also to discuss a lot about gender, about adaptation, and about just transition, and also about NDCs. So I think there is a good opportunity to link both things. So yeah, I will be brief on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Sweden, please.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the Secretariat for this presentation and this very important work. I agree with colleagues from Nigeria and the Women and Gender constituency that you've done a really good job on this, and I would just like to congratulate you for this work and express our appreciation from Sweden, and encourage you to continue this work and develop it the way that you see fit. And yeah, nothing on substance, but just to encourage you to continue this work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next is Chile, please.
Thank you very much for the floor, Mr. Chair. As you and other members here might know, Chile and in general, most countries, or maybe all countries on the region that we're part of, we very much are keen on improvements on the gender aspect of the UNFCCC work. So we definitely welcome the presentation and welcome the advancement that has been made under the CTCN. Just, this is very important because under the UNEP evaluation of the CTCN, one of the things that were evaluated was the responsiveness to human rights and gender equity, and the outcome was actually the worst outcome of all the criteria evaluated. Of all the 7 criteria that were used to evaluate the CTCN, this was the one that human rights gender consideration was demonstrated in project document and expenditure, particularly in TA budgets, but not demonstrated in actual project implementation and interpretation of results. Project implementations had also been on a consistent basis moderately below the gender scored approach at approval. So this is making progress. This is very important because the understanding is, in theory, we are putting that on the document, but then when it gets to implementation, it's come out of the focus of the implementer, or maybe focus on the national focal point and perhaps gets a lower priority to complete with the other stacks. So this was UNEP a couple of years ago. This was done, finalized at the beginning of last year. Need more work. And regarding that work, let me share you, because this perhaps can help inform how this is measured. As part of that, we in Chile were very happy. We're thinking we're doing very well on this. And what it says, in Chile, they have a superficial understanding of gender issues on the technical assistance. So we were a bit hurt by that, but we started doing some changes in policy. Now we have 2 indicators to measure, we say, deepness of how you address gender actions. So we have one is gender consideration. So it's something that is being done, has gender considerations in general. What is gender consideration in general? You're making efforts so the language is inclusive, you're making efforts of equal participation of women and men and activities and so on, but that is now deemed superficial. It needs to be done, but not superficial. And then we have different classification of what we are calling internally gender responsiveness, and it's when there is an action that actually has transformational potential on gender aspects. Let me read you one example of that kind of action. This is on our internal work. This is on the public agreements, but one of the commitments of the enterprises on these private agreements was to update their sustainable policy and their internal policy to include a commitment to promote increased participation of women on their laboral force and or directive on the direct management positions, including equal pay for equal job. That was assessed. Okay, this is transformative. And I wonder if this is something that we can start to move towards in terms of how we assess gender on the CTCN implementation. So the overall gender, so equal participation in workshops and so on, very good. But then if there is something perhaps that could create more transformational change within the implementation. That was the first comment. And the second one is about the gender rooster. Very happy to see that the rooster will be used. Just remind that the rooster has two elements. One element is the gender expertise, so men and women that have gender expertise, and my interpretation is what we saw in terms of what is shown, so now they are suggested to use those experts on the gender element of the technical assistant, but also the other element of the gender rooster is women technology experts. I want to make the emphasis because that was the agreement by the TEC and the CTCN. So it was men and women experts in gender, and women that are technology experts because that's aligned with the Lima Action Plan that was extended at the PASCOP. And so the question is how those women technology experts are also being promoted in the context of the technical element of the technical assistant, first one. And second, still find in the rooster men that do not have gender expertise but are promoted on the technology element, which goes against the agreement by the TEC and the CTCN and against the purpose, because if you're putting on the technology expert men and women, then loses completely the idea that was just to create balance by promoting women. Thanks.
Thank you, Chile. European Commission, please.
Thank you. And so first of all, many thanks to the Secretariat for this amazing work and to Anastasia and Molly in particular, and very much support the points raised by Halima, Valeria, Erland, and Ambrosio before me, that really everyone is impacted by climate change, but that women, youth, and elderly are particularly vulnerable. And I think this highlights the importance of gender equality and inclusivity in climate technology deployments. And that we need to go from not only just having technologies for women, but also the technologies by women. And I think this was well addressed and as by Ambrosio in terms of the women and gender expert roster. And here I would also call on the women and gender constituency that are here in the meeting today because to get your guidance on what are good examples of gender-sensitive technologies that could be scaled up even more, because we are all ears. And I think that the CTCN's gender work plan for 2025 reflects well the importance of this work. But also that, of course, the CTCN Secretariat cannot do this alone, and that this also needs to be pushed 100% by donors and non-Annex 1 parties. And on the side of donors, that to include aspects on gender and highlight the importance of gender when we do grant agreements with the CTCN, and also in terms of choosing what solutions that we finance and how we track our progress. So in terms of the two grants that the European Commission have with CTCN, we have chosen specific technologies, keeping in mind gender, but also when we track our progress in our logical frameworks, that we have gender disaggregated data to also know who are the people that are benefiting from the projects that we finance. But also to call on the NDEs in the non-Annex 1 countries to have gender in mind when you are making the requests for technical assistance, because the CTCN is ultimately a bottom-up initiative. So many thanks a lot for all this work and continue the good work.
Thank you. The Women and Gender constituency.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to reply to Christopher about yes, indeed, the WGC is supporting the CTCN with guidance for gender-responsive technologies, and I also support what Ambrosio said, that is not only technologies for women, but also that are by women, and that's why also the power of the Gender Just Climate Solutions. Their CTCN always participate selecting the technology category, and there are case studies, successful case studies that we can support more. And there are like a pool of stories that also I invite all my colleagues to read about them, and also to see if one of your countries has some projects that have been awarded with the Gender Just Climate Solutions, and try to scale them or support them in this task. And that's a good way to start with this, to promote gender responsive technologies. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chile, you asking the floor?
Yes, sorry, quick reaction to Christopher, something said. Actually, we have, there is guidance to the UNFCCC Secretariat to support all constituted bodies on gender. So this was part of the gender decision that paragraph 22 requests Secretariat to continue to provide capacity building support to constituted bodies and Secretariat staff in integrating gender perspective in their respective work, in collaboration organization and so on. So I think, yes, definitely one of the, because it has a mandate, the UNFCCC Secretariat should be supporting the CTCN on this very important work.
Thank you. So let's go back to the Secretariat for a response, and then after that we'll open the floor to observers.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members, for your questions and comments. To start to respond to Halima's question on collaboration with UNFCCC gender team, CTCN has been already in touch with the gender focal point, and we already collaborated on several topics such as gender roster, such as gender policy. They reviewed our policy that we endorsed in September 2023. So we've been already collaborating with them, but this is a good point. We'll take and we will reach out and we'll see how we can link and collaborate more, and also share the policy documents that we have in system transformation and two enablers as we proceed developing them. Then on Chile's point on especially integrating some new indicators, right, in the work. Currently, CTCN is being guided by gender policy that was endorsed at the LEB 23 in September 2023, apologies. And there are some indicators already. This is how we develop work plan for each year, but also to remind the members that the policy is due to 2027, meaning that by the end of this year and next year, the Secretariat will have a presentation and a tentative plan how we review the policy. And these things can be addressed in the future there, and we can see how we can integrate that. So we would have more to report on gender-wise as we revise the new policy. Then on criteria of women experts, thank you very much. I also remember last time this question was already raised. And following that discussion, the CTCN already started reviewing, like doing audit, and we already removed some of the men experts who had only climate technology expertise from the roster. And we keep monitoring that, but of course some of the things might have slipped out, and we will ensure that we stick to criteria agreed. So we can even follow up on that bilaterally. Then we do the audit again on women and how they can be women experts from the roster and how they can be in the implementation of the TA. This is also with reference to technical assistance, where we already in the template, we have reference to the roster, so the implementing partner can go and link the expert. Of course, there are still few, because if you go on the roster, it's not like we have hundreds of people applied, right? So it's still limited knowledge, which is why then we do communication, we also need your support to engage more people, so then implementing partner could match exactly the person they are looking for. One more thing. Yes, just maybe to reiterate the point that Valeria said on women-led technologies. This is also one of the reasons why CTCN supports the gender-adjusted climate solution for a long time now, since 2017, because we particularly focus on technical category. And this is the category that features women and their climate solutions, right? So we do from our side already, and we've been doing that for years, is that we promote these technologies, we develop different stories, we try to feature them to different partners to spread the word. But of course, we already started talking to Valeria how it can be more promoted and scaled up in the future, which is item to discussion for future collaborations, including with women and gender constituency. This is over from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any observers who wish to intervene on this item? Okay, so not seeing any flags. Well, let me just add, speaking as an AB member rather than as the Vice Chair, that I share in the very positive statements of other members. This is important and impactful work. And just to reiterate on the gender-just climate solutions, that this is not only inspiring, but it is also practically impactful in terms of what the winners in the technical category have gone on to do, as well as the other categories, which CTCN doesn't play a role in. And it is a very important collaboration with Women Engaged for a Common Future and the Women and Gender constituency. And if you do happen to find yourself at a COP, I would strongly recommend going along just as a member of the audience to such an event. It is very much a contrast with the negotiating rooms, and a very positive contrast. So with that, colleagues, thanks again to Anastasia and also Molly in Molly's absence for this work. I understand that the online speakers are available for the YCI, so we will turn directly to agenda item 25, focusing on the CTCN Youth Climate Innovation Program. So following the 24th Advisory Board meeting, the Secretariat launched a call for applications and subsequently hosted a 7-day idea lab across various regions. I'm sure many of us have been following the progress through the social media channels. Today we will receive an update from the Secretariat on the implementation of the second edition in alignment with the work plan presented at the 24th AB meeting. And this will be followed by a presentation from one of the startups participating in the program. So Valentin from the Secretariat, over to you.
Thank you, Vice Chair, for the floor. I'm very, very happy to present an update on the program. The program actually just kicked off again with its incubator 2 days ago. So we're very, very happy to support now 32 teams going forward that have been selected in the Idea Lab, in the hackathon that took place in November, December. So let me give you an overview again of the program, where we are. The program has started in November 2024 and is divided into an ideation phase, an incubation phase, and acceleration phase. This program is designed to support young innovators across the globe in different regions: Africa, MENA, Latin America and the Caribbean, and Asia and the Pacific region, to develop or to identify, develop and scale climate ideas. The ideation part, the YCI Idea Lab, took place in November, December. It was a 7-day online event, kind of a hackathon format, to apply design thinking tools to ideate on climate solutions. We had 80 participants per region there. Right now we're at the stage of incubation. The incubator started 2 days ago. It's a 12-week online mentoring program to develop and test climate solutions. 8 teams per region are selected for this. And for the acceleration phase, 1 team per region out of these 8 will be selected to join an 8-week hybrid support program to accelerate their climate solution through funding and partnerships. I want to take a bit of time to speak about the outcomes of the YCI Idea Labs that took place in November, December, and would like to start with the participant selection process, as was requested, I think, by younger colleagues, the youth constituency, to get a bit of an update on how this participation selection was conducted. The participation selection process was fully in line with what Yango and CTCN coordinated or co-created. We defined specific qualification criteria. We also defined prioritization criteria. You can see them here. The program is targeted towards developing countries in Africa, MENA, LAC, and Asia Pacific. Participants between 18 and 35 years old. that either hold at least a bachelor degree or have at least 3 years of relevant work experience. In terms of prioritization, you can see some criteria here. Gender balance, member of grassroots climate organizations, a part of an underrepresented, marginalized or indigenous group, relevant skill set and relevance of their presented idea and motivation. We've evaluated these prioritization criteria through different evaluation criteria here that we put on a specific score regarding skill set, program motivation, relevant experience, entrepreneurial experience, and feasibility of their idea. So overall, between the period of September and December, when this program was launched and conducted, we had more than 25,000, almost 26,000 website visits. We had in total more than 3,000 applications, very dominantly from Africa with 2,200 applications, but also a good threshold of applications from other regions, from LAC, MENA, and Asia Pacific. And on the right side, you can see the process for the participant selection overall. We did a negative screening at the beginning. So basically, the qualification criteria with the age bracket, the educational qualification or work experience, and so on and so forth. And through that, we're excluding 542 applications in total. So only 1/6 of the applications, more or less. Then we did a scoring, a shortlisting of 100 applicants with an additional 50 waiting list, and then afterwards we did the teaming in case they didn't apply as a team already. Here you can see the analysis of the participants. We in total had 339 participants with an almost perfect gender share, I would say 57% male, 43% female. You can see the regional breakdown here as well with Africa, Asia Pacific, LAC and MENA. MENA reached a perfect gender distribution here. We had amongst these 339 participants, 62 countries represented. 65% of the selected participants indicated that they are members of a grassroots organization. 24% of the selected participants indicated that they are members of an underrepresented, marginalized, or indigenous group. In terms of the analysis of the teams, we in total had 92 teams across the 4 regions. 57% of these teams were newly formed as part of the program. 43% of the teams were pre-made, so they applied already as a team. Could be a couple of students coming together, wanting to participate in this program as a team, or already teams that have maybe registered the company and see this program as a good leverage for them to continue developing. Here you can also see the distribution across the regions, and on the right side you can see the system transformation areas. The biggest share comes from or is working on the water, energy, food nexus and sustainable mobility and business and industry, and then a few less teams on energy systems and buildings and infrastructure. We also did a breakdown of the different mentors and speakers that we had. In total we had 62 mentors and speakers across all regions. You can barely read them here, but happy to provide you the report as well. We can also put it on our website that you can see which type of mentors and speakers we've engaged here. In total, throughout these 7 days for the 4 regions, we had more than 270 mentoring hours delivered to the different teams. Here is a overview of the program of this 1 week Idea Lab. On the first day we had introductions, team meetup, a first workshop on problem identification, a second workshop on ideation. On the second day we were diving into a business model canvas and market validation, and we were looking at minimum viable product and user testing, and a little session on hack the system, how to apply AI tools to the labs to help them in their innovation process. Then during the week, they had regular team working and mentorship sessions. On day 4, they had a deep dive session on how to pitch. And on day 6, a pitch practice before the pitch day that took place on day 7. So in total, we have selected 32 teams for the YCI incubator. And now I would like to ask our technical team to put on a video that will give you a better idea on on what these teams have come up with during the program.
Hi, my name is Comfort Francis and I'm one of the founders of Greenbridge Africa.
Buenas tardes, nosotros somos Orgánica Huertos Sostenibles.
My name is Abdurrahman Fauzi. I'm from Azuela Feed Company.
Hola, soy Sofía del Castillo y les vengo a presentar Ecofilia.
Hi everyone, I'm Noor Mahsoub, co-founder of Octides.
Have you ever wondered what our cities would look like if every building prioritized sustainability?
31 million tons. Yes, you heard it right. That's the staggering amount of plastic waste produced annually in Southeast Asia.
We know almost half the population of the world does not have access to clean water, of which most of them do not have access to clean drinking water. And we know by 2050 and the years to come, the problem is getting bigger and bigger.
15 years ago, my grandfather used to feed us, sending us food from the village to the city. Just about 5 years ago, everything changed. He now requests that we send food from the city to the village. This struck me hard to realize how close food insecurity is to me.
El 70% del cobalto mundial proviene de un solo país, la República del Congo, donde la minería genera toneladas de desechos tóxicos, 3.3 millones de toneladas de emisiones de carbono y causa la muerte de hasta 2.000 mineros al año.
DataGrid is an optimized AI-powered platform that can cut energy auditing costs by 20% and audit time by up to 70%. The ESCO gathers information from the site and uploads it to the platform. Using AI, DataGrid processes this information. A detailed audit report outlining findings, recommendations, and potential savings is generated. The ESCO then implements these recommendations on site.
It's a portable water purifier which has features like instant hot water. Essentially, it's zero water wastage and it's a plug and play. We use sound waves to purify water. This phenomena can be used to purify sewage treatment, effluent treatment, and other treatments. So it's very, very scalable and also very resource friendly, chemical free.
En Ingenio queremos transformar la manera en la que obtenemos cobalto. Vamos a generar un proceso biológico de extracción de cobalto a partir de residuos de baterías de vehículos eléctricos. De esta forma, eliminamos químicos tóxicos, reducimos emisiones de carbono y consumimos menos energía comparado con el reciclaje tradicional.
We then came up with a great innovative solution called Carbon Bloom Beads, which captures carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. It gradually releases nutrients in the soil. It has the capacity to retain water and releases when it is drought.
So for every 1,000 water purifiers, we save 7.3 million liters of water per year. And we hope to increase those numbers with the help of CTC and Seedstars.
So I'll just let you read a bit the team feedback from the participants. Take a moment to just browse over it. And also a bit of feedback from the mentors that we engaged. So now let me focus the next couple of slides on what is to come now with the YCI Incubator and the Accelerator, and then also what our vision is for the program. The YCI Incubator that started 2 days ago is a 12-week incubation program for the 8 winning teams selected for each of the 4 regions. The incubator will run from April to June 2025. And on the right side, you can see the sprint process that we are going through with the team. So they have 3 sprints basically, where they're using our partners Seedstars Sigma platform, which is a kind of an AI-driven platform that helps them to navigate the sprint process and test different assumptions and so on. And in parallel to this online platform, the teams will also have online workshops. They will have one-on-one mentoring sessions, peer-to-peer learning sessions across different regions, monthly reviews, and a demo day in the end. In terms of the accelerator, 1 team per region will be selected and will receive further support on mentoring. We place an entrepreneur in residence, so an experienced entrepreneur in each of these teams, 1 team per region, and we will try to help them leverage financing and partnerships throughout these 2 months between August and September 2025. Here on the right hand side, you can see some of the modules that we will be working on with them. Now, all of this culminates as well into a final pitch event. I forgot to mention on the slide before also that we provide a grant to each of these teams, a grant of $5,000, so that they have a bit of a startup capital, at least to dedicate these 2 months potentially with more focus on the startup and see whether this is really picking up. The other perk that we're providing them is that we invite them to a final pitch event. We still have to define which conference it will be, regionally or globally. And at this pitch event, we would want to invite each of these 4 teams to come. Some of these teams also have never met in person. They have met through the program. They might be based between Tanzania, South Africa, and Nigeria, for example. So it will also be a great opportunity for them to finally meet in person and create deeper bonds as a team. Now, what I also forgot to mention here, we have limited budget. If there is any willingness from any of the parties here, or even potential private sector partners to support this program, even on a shorter notice, team sponsorship or even support with the venues is really appreciated. I think these teams would be very enlightened to meet, that maybe also the whole team can meet together, because we only have budget for 2 people per team. Now, in terms of the long-term vision, there's 3 larger avenues that we want to continue developing this program. First of all, we obviously want to have a regular delivery of this program so that we really build up a community of young innovators, where we try to also engage alumni from the last cohorts, so that we create this community for youth globally to be able to exchange. We want to explore more synergies with the CTCN core mandate, which includes putting these teams in contact with our NDEs in the different countries, seeing how they could be supported at a national level as well. And lastly, we want to explore new partnerships for this program, specifically with financial partners who would be interested in supporting this program at a global level or even at a regional level if they have specific interest, or at a thematic level as well, to financially sustainably deliver this program in the coming years. That was my last slide. Thank you for your attention. And I would like to invite now at this stage, I hope that they're online, Maram and Tala, who are representing Solar Eye. So this is one of the teams that has made it in the MENA region to the YCI incubator. I'm really happy to invite you on stage now and give a pitch on your idea.
Yeah, thank you so much, Valentin. But the point, is it okay if we wait till 5 minutes, still waiting for Tala? Because she would share our presentation. Yeah, just one.
We can go with questions and answers now, and then do the presentation afterwards.
Yes, absolutely. So thanks again for joining us. But while we wait, do any members or observers have any questions to the Secretariat? Yes, no, just to clarify to our speaker online, we're just checking if there are any questions to Valentin, and then after that we'll come to your presentation. So thank you very much. So of the members, the first was Japan, please.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I think this is a very good program. I have a question. Do you systematically follow up on the graduates of this program? Because, for example, checking if some of the graduates actually establish some business out of this program. I'm asking this because this could be one of the areas where CTCNs can identify impact of the program, so which CTCN can highlight. So that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chile, please.
I think there were many people before me. I saw, for example, Peter. Oh, you're going members first and then observer? Okay. Thank you much. First, to very much appreciate this work. It's usually not that showcase, and I was wondering, beside perhaps showcasing some of that on the regional climate weeks, there is the opportunity to bring one of the teams to the COP, to one side event. Maybe the idea that's more advanced. I don't know if any will be on stage of doing some demonstration, but it will be very much interesting. Also, it's an opportunity for them to showcase their work and perhaps expand their network. So. First, congratulations on this work. Second, there may be an opportunity perhaps to align some of these climate youth ideas with some of the ideas that have been floated around in terms of the needs regarding CTCN and developing countries. And I wonder if we have an opportunity to have like themes in terms of the type of project. And one idea that Fred actually has been pushing for a while, and I think that youth climate innovator could help us get there, would be to see if there is any chance that we can take up the outcomes of TNAs to do a tool. So the challenge would be to make a tool that could convert TNA outcomes using available documents from the parties into proposals for funding windows, for different funding windows. A couple of days I was just playing with the latest AI model. I actually showed that to the Secretariat. I find out some problem, but at the end there might be an opportunity actually with the current state of the technology to do something like that, and that would be very much aligned with one of the key objectives that we want on the AI track. Serves one of the things that we have been asking a lot, speaking at developing countries, in terms of helping us get in there with the proposals for finance to scale up the CTCN TA outcomes and TNA outcomes, and perhaps use the youth innovators that might come up with more innovative ideas and more familiar with new technologies, and try to make it a reality, and they pilot to see if choose one country and see if that can work with one country that perhaps can be scaled up in the future. Thanks.
Thank you. Ingo constituency, please.
Thank you. Two questions. One, I'm just wondering how many languages and which languages do the materials go out in? Is it just the 5 UN languages? And then, like, is there a plan, or what do we do if a response comes, an application that's not in one of those languages? And then secondly, I'm wondering how, or if intellectual property rights are covered in the coaching and the mentoring, patents, and so on. Thanks.
Thank you. Next is Egypt, please.
Thank you for the presentation, Valentin. I guess I believe it is a good example to present CTCN as well, and I'm asking to provide a list of participants from the MENA region and from the Africa. I guess they could help in disseminate the CTCN activities with the NDEs and with the advisory board members from this region. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Women and Gender constituency.
Thank you, Chair, and congratulations to Valentin and to all the team that worked on this. Just an idea, maybe we can link these initiatives with the Gender Just Climate Solutions. some of the technology category winners or awardees are also young. For instance, the Tajikistan awardee from last year was participating in the side event of this. So, and she's like only 23 or something like that. And it's a powerful technology that maybe we can scale up in this project, but otherwise also participants of the Youth Climate Innovation maybe have like a strong gender focus, and they can participate in the gender-just climate solutions. So I think there we can explore how to link these two initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you. Nigeria, please.
Thank you very much for the floor, and thank you, Valentin, as always, for the presentations. I have a personal question. You know that we have at Nigeria the Climate Innovation Center that has since COP26 or something like that done something similar to what CTCN is doing with the youth. I just wanted to know, you did present it at the last AB, what the current relationship is with that center in trying to have a hub or have an accelerator for youth innovation technologies. The second one is a suggestion, which is that as the young people bring up these technologies, innovative technologies, are we looking at incorporating these technologies in the TAs that come up, have a real demonstration of adaptability of these technologies in the TA projects? Thank you.
Thank you. Adaptation Committee, please.
Congratulations for the initiative. You transmit emotions when you present this initiative. I think that this have a good potential, but sometimes when we are talking about mitigation or adaptation initiatives, the climate rational, it's one of the main constraints at the time to showcase the initiative. And this is one of the main things that maybe in your program, training program, you should improve, you should train how to do that. And then with the time, this can be part of the initiatives that could support the NDCs or another element. I think that this is maybe a different program because it's related to the UN system. Because otherwise you have another accelerator programs that are different and don't have the same end, the same purpose. So maybe we should have in mind what is the main purpose of this initiative in order to have the end in mind. I think that it is a good source of projects for the adaptation fund, for the GCF fund, and we should think how to improve the initiative in order to get this finance. Thanks.
Thank you. Ringo constituency, please.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you for the presentation. And I would like to ask if this initiative in any way are potentially connected with perhaps as an outcome with the CRD&D work led by Paulo, particularly in terms of scaling up this technology. Thank you.
Thank you. And we go to WIPO, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the very good initiative, like it very much. But I noticed also that in the content of one of your activities you had up there, that there was no mentioning of intellectual property rights or anything in that. And actually, it's actually the young innovators when they start up that the IP issues actually could be important. So I would encourage you to maybe include that. And maybe we can help you in that, because WIPO has a very strong focus on youth innovators also. We have a youth engagement facilitator working on full-time on this, and do a lot of activities a little bit similar to what you're doing actually, but not, of course, not focused only on environment and climate change. So I would be happy to put you in contact with the lady there who's leading that, and see if we can contribute to some of these IP aspects in there, because actually I think could be relevant there. Also, the technologies that you showed there, super interesting, and I would love to have them in our database at Viper Green also. So I wonder if you couldn't encourage them to upload to our database when you're in contact with them. It gives them the window to the world. It's completely free. They can put in, needs for financing, cooperation, whatever they want, and they'll be matched against what we have and so on. So it might actually help them. And also actually goes for your network partners. If you got 53% from the private sector, maybe they also tell them that the Viper Green database is there and available for their use. Thank you.
Thank you. Also for that offer of collaboration as well. Colby College, please.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you, Secretariat, for the presentation. I'm very convinced. I'm walking out of the meeting today thinking Valentin is my role model. I had a couple questions and a couple notes as well. First of all, what is the current funding for this program so that we're able to gauge this incredible impact you have been able to have with the limited budget? It gives us a chance to know how this impact could be scaled so much further if you had slightly more budget. Second, is there a reason for 3-year experience / bachelor's degree as a requirement, especially since the target age demographic is 18 to 25-year-olds? And for 18-year-olds, it might not be possible to have any of those requirements. So could interest and knowledge in environment and sustainability serve as an indicator instead? Third, could we explore mobilizing partners in this, especially academic institutions? Integrating this program with classes in different universities and high schools could serve as an opportunity to have a bigger outreach as well as access more funding for the programs even after you have been able to go through the full life cycle. Fourth, is there market penetration research that is done to ensure these incredible products also will be widely adopted in the society and are scalable? For example, like electric vehicles have had a lot of challenges in terms of like penetrating markets in developing nations because it's hard for people to sort of think now, okay, I'm going to move towards electric vehicles and provide more funding to it, et cetera, et cetera. Fifth, when we're looking for external funding, are there safeguards, once again, from previous conversation to protect the intentions of these technologies against sometimes corporate interests that could interfere? And final point that I wanted to make is this is also an incredible opportunity to explore partnerships and extend conversations around CRD&D that was brought forth by Swil yesterday, besides also having the synergy of knowledge sharing. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So back to the Secretariat to respond. And Valentin, after your response, please introduce the online speakers. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the many questions and for the positive feedback that we've received. I will try to cover all the questions as efficiently as possible. Okay, starting with Japan, a systematic follow-up of the alumni. This is the second cohort that we are currently running. The first cohort was taking place between 2020 and 2022. At that moment, I wasn't in charge of this program, but we've done a review of the program. And I think at the last AB we have presented how many teams are still active. I don't have the number anymore on top from the top of my mind right now, but I'm aware that 2 or 3 of the teams that we've supported last time are still running and we're able to raise funds and are having an active customer base and so on. And having worked in the startup sector, I would say 2 to 3 teams out of 32 teams still in existence after 3 years is a big success because many teams normally in this, and it's totally normal in a startup phase, they're exploring, it doesn't work, they have other priorities and so on, and they're stopping working on the idea basically. But there are definitely success cases. Not that we have a unicorn startup that was able to raise or is went through the roof basically, but we're working on it. In terms of the questions from Chile on showcasing at Regional Climate Week or at COP, I didn't put these words directly in the presentation, but this is also what we are exploring. We still have to see what are the capacities in terms of space, in terms of also presence of CTCN at COP and so on and so forth. But we are exploring different options. We would obviously love continue working also with the capacity building hub at which we hosted the event last year as well. opportunities to align youth climate ideas with the needs of developing countries, TNAs. I think it's a really interesting, and that's a unique selling point also of CTCN being part of the UNFCCC and this whole ecosystem of TNAs, TAPs, and so on and so forth. We can take TNA and TAP outcomes as a guidance to frame the program in the next cohort, for example, starting next year at some point, and say, these are the needs. Do you want to work on any of these ideas that we have identified in the different countries? Great idea. I think we will pick it up. In terms of the questions from Engo, how many languages is this program delivered in? It's always a question a bit of how efficiently can we work on a program? How diverse can we make it? Basically, we have delivered this program right now in English and Spanish, with materials already also being available in French. These are the 3 languages that we have covered now in the program, and it, I would say, responds to most of the youth, making it largely accessible to an efficient degree still, I would say. Also considering that if they want to commercialize and if they want to raise funding, they are connected to international markets, and then a certain level of English or internationally spoken languages needs to be or is required, basically. In terms of the second question, IP rights, also the question that came from WIPO, really great topic. I'll pick it up. So far, we don't have it in the program yet. We would love to get the support from WIPO there as well. We could invite you for a specific session on IP rights, for example, to get a bit more guidance there. It's not necessarily on the radar yet. For the question from Egypt, yes, we will provide the list of participants with pleasure per region as well. We haven't done so yet because the first stage with Idea Lab was 80 teams per region. We didn't know the commitment yet and so on. Now we have specific teams that we're working with, and now it makes much more sense to provide this list as well. We would be happy to explore connections with the Gender Just Climate solutions, I think. Question to Nigeria, Climate Innovation Center that exists since COP26. As a matter of fact, after the last presentation that I've done at the last AB, the next day, I was on a panel about youth innovation, and exactly the center was also on the panel, so we connected at that moment. It's definitely also linking to a question that came from Colby College in terms of integration into the regional or national systems. Covering more than 100 countries, or now 62 countries, participants from 62 countries is a lot of work to connect to national ecosystems. But the smaller, I would say, the scope of or the quantity of teams gets, the more customized we can provide support as well, and the more we would also try to help them connect to their national ecosystems or regional ecosystems to get additional support. It's definitely something that we will communicate to them as well. That they should also look for what is actually in their ecosystem, where else could they get support, where could they, for example, have an office, be hosted for free perhaps, or whatsoever. Adaptation committee question. No, Nigeria also asked on the incorporation in technical assistances and real demonstration. I think we are a bit... With real demonstration supported by the CTCN financially, we are a bit limited in terms of just our processes of how we are allowed to contract implementers directly or through a bidding process. So we are a bit restrained there, I would say. But definitely, if already we can do a big part of this work through just matchmaking with NDEs and national institutions and highlight that this solution is being developed in a specific country, that can already go maybe the first step. Questions on from the adaptation committee on the climate rationale. So these teams, they're all impact driven because they participate in a climate program. But this program, this entrepreneurial program, really focuses also on, okay, solutions need to be economically viable, otherwise they will not scale. Yeah. So we really focus on both the environmental aspect with sessions on impact measurement, but also on the financial aspects with sessions on financial viability, technical viability, and so on and so forth. question from Ringo on CRD&D and also Colby College. We had a call with a South Korean institution that is also interested in partnering with us potentially on this youth program. And we are, in the context of CRD&D work as well, also ties in with the question that Colby College mentioned on university integration with universities. I think it depends on the project. There are some projects, as you've seen, that are really deep tech focused, that maybe have a TRL level that is, more 3, 4, 5, and others that are much more advanced in TRL and that are much more feasible already. And definitely, we're exploring their potential to connect with the CRD&D work. I think last point maybe on market penetration. No, funding and market penetration. In terms of funding, I mean, they are startups as much as other startups are exposed to financial markets and angel investors and VCs and so on and so forth. These startups would also, if they are successful, be exposed to that as well. And we can only provide guidance. There are kind of market rules and best practices and so on that we can help them with. But at the end of the day, they go through the same process as other startups as well, right? In terms of market penetration research done, it ties maybe a bit with the question from Japan on the systematic follow-up. We're trying to do this and understand what the market penetration has been in the past. And I think with this, I answered all questions.
Thank you, Valentin. Before we go to the presenters online, we have a couple of additional requests for the floor, so we'll take them and then we'll go to the presenters whose patience is greatly appreciated. So first Chile and then the Engo constituency, please.
Thank you very much. Just a small suggestion. Thinking on the COP, perhaps there is opportunity for collaboration with the TEC on an event. The TEC for this year, I believe, starting work on incubators and accelerators. So maybe that provides a venue to engage, to do a joint technology mechanism work, and also to engage with potential opportunities for financing this through the incubators and accelerator programs that the different funds have. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm afraid my question about intellectual property generated the opposite reaction I was hoping for. I just hope if you are going to introduce that, we can balance it with other approaches to intellectual property and the Creative Commons and open sourcing. Of course, a lot of people, are in it for the money and want to get rich from climate technology, but especially young people want to save their planet and are willing to share their inventions. And so I hope those other approaches can be incorporated. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So we turn to the online presenters now, please.
Yeah, please, Mara Antala, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Valentin, for this opportunity. Should we start? I don't know if my voice is clear.
Yeah, very clear.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Should we share our presentation or how?
Yeah, you can share your presentation from your end. Then you can control it better.
Just 1 minute. Is it shared right now?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so let's start. So, yeah, imagine a world where problems are solved before they even appear. Welcome to Solarite, where we solve it before you even see it. But what do we solve, Tala?
Mariam, dust, bird waste, overheating, fire hazard on solar projects, and the manual inspection are time-consuming, dangerous on large sites, and often miss falls. So this leads to energy loss, and plant shutdown, and increased costs.
Amazing, Tala. But do you know, Tala, that the potential defects are affected the revenue and the production? Weather cracks, micro cracks, hot spots, potential induced degradation, and even the elimination discoloration could reduce the power loss to be reached 30%. And even the repair cost could reach to more than 2,000 per panel. And yes, this with our solution, which would be your game changer in solar monitoring, our solution would produce and generate real-time anomaly detection reports, then do a quick response to prevent further damage through the timely interventions. Next, prolonged system lifetime, and then maximize your return in solar investments. And yeah, Tala, do you think that we are only in this market, or do we have other competitors?
Yeah, we have competitors in Saudi Arabia, even Jordan. But Mariam, we are different.
Exactly, yeah, we are different. The technology used is different. Even the unique selling point that you would be discussed later. Moreover, that we are specialized in solar energy sector. The others are responsible more in the multi-industry, like oil, gas, and other industry. So we are more focused on the sustainable materials. But do you know, Tala, that we are motivated by the massive market size? Do you know that by 2032, the investment would reach to more than $300 billion to install more PV? And this returns to the point that we are not dealing only with the technology. It's not about the technology. It's about only the climate change. And we are just like thinking how this projection on the carbon dioxide, for every 1 gigawatt of solar installed, we would avoid nearly 1 million tons of carbon dioxide every year. And how about the maintenance cost, Tala?
Yeah, and you said it, Manam. Not only that, traditional maintenance before 2 years reach around 100 billion, and these numbers are going rapidly.
Yeah, right. But what sets SolarEye apart?
Mariam, SolarEye isn't just another drone system. We have combined drone mobility with real-time AI analysis. So we don't just take pictures, we deliver real sites. And Mariam, traditional inspections might take days to analyze. SolarEye finds issues immediately, saving time, energy, and lots of guesswork. And what is the best part, Mariam? It's easy to use. If you can use your phone camera, you can use SolarEye.
Yeah, what Tala said is spot on. But till now, what is like, or what looks like our end-to-end smart solution, Tala?
Our project is not just for finding problems. We are building an end-to-end solution, from detecting faults to reporting, or even to helping you plan maintenance. So SolarEye is with you every step of the way.
Yeah, amazing. But I'm just like thinking, Tala, about our business model. Do you think that our business model is complex or really difficult or handle to, or to track or to handle, or how it looks like, our business model?
Actually, our business model is very simple. We plan to offer a service. Clients will pay based on the size of their project and how often they want inspection. And we can offer customized AI support for large-scale users.
Thank you, Tala. But do you know, Tala, that without the greatest help from YCE incubator, we couldn't start validating our idea. The experts' feedback, the mentor networking, and even like how is our roadmap start to structurize. It was launched by their great efforts, and we have started thinking about this SolarEye idea like a year ago, but formally has been launched in this incubator. It's really great chance. So then after that, we have started to think, okay, how could we do market analysis? And they helped us to do the market analysis across 4 regions, starting from here, from Germany to Qatar, to Jordan, to UAE. And after that, with their help, we have started to invest our database that we have? How could we do collecting for the thermal data set? And without their help in guiding us through the AI model, and without even that, like Tala, your professional help in launching these AI training model for overheating and thermalization fault, we couldn't pass with to reach to the patent registration. Yes, still we are in this the second step with the patent registration, which is done in UAE, and at the very end, during these 2 months, we have finalized our website. But Tala, do you think this would be the only steps, or we have next steps for the near future?
Yes, Mariam, our next steps are clear and focused. First, we are validating our AI for all faults. Then we'll begin testing the system here in UAE. At the same time, we will connecting with investors. And what do you think the last step?
Yeah, of course, we would launch our official platform. Yes, Tala, but do you know that? Yeah.
Of course, this will not happen. It will not be done without our passionate members. Mariam, she's a doctor in nanotechnology engineering. She has more than 8 years in cells engineering, and she has the international TUM award. And she works now in Max Planck Institute in Germany.
Thank you, Tala. And this is also would not be done without your professional experience in AI. Tala, Yunus is electrical engineer, has professional experience more than 5 years in AI and Robotech, and she's responsible for this department in our team. And she's now works in MOE as a lecturer in creative design and innovative. But how about Tasneem Harash, Tala?
Yes, Tasneem Harash, she has a master in mechatronics engineering. She is responsible for R&D in our, and she has MIT Inventors Under 35 award in MOE in Qatar.
Yeah, right. But do you know that the launching for our website would not be done without our passionate programmer, Rija Boumoufouz? She is a developer responsible for the programming department in our team. She's a developer specialized in RPA, AI, and she works now in Orange and full stack web developer in Jordan. And yes, without her professional help, we couldn't launch in 1 month our official website. And starting from the technical service to the pilot prototype. So you know, Tala, Solarai, we solve it
before you even see it.
Exactly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mariam and Tala, for the really energizing presentation. Over to you, co-chair.
Yeah, thank you very much to Dr. Aboulmoufaz and Ms. Yunus. This is inspiring. I think it shows what's possible, and it's great to see these startups such as yours going through this program and hopefully going on to make a very important contribution to climate action. So thank you both for joining us very much. And thank you, Valentine, for the Secretariat, for your presentation as well.
Appreciate.
So,
yeah, we appreciate this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a lovely day. Thank you very much. Are there any, we've already had questions to the Secretariat, but are there any questions to the presenters? I see Papua New Guinea. So please, Mariam and Tala, stay on the line and we'll hear if there are questions. So PNG, please.
Just briefly, thank you for the presentation. Really interesting technology. I do a little bit of work in the solar sector myself, so I know how critical it is to be able to do accurate fault finding. Presently, this usually requires someone to climb on a roof, and that comes, it's hard work, it's dangerous. If we can automate that with drones, it's really a big step forward. I'm curious particularly about the autonomous flight patterns. Having to fly drones myself, it can be challenging to just get the right flight pattern over the roof and gather all of the data. So it's really interesting that you're using AI to develop that. And I guess you've tapped into a really critical and growing sector here, which is support for solar projects. So I'm very curious to see how your company develops. I'll be logging on to solari.com to check it out. And I just want to thank you again for the presentation.
Thank you. So we'll take all
Thank you so much.
We'll take all questions together. So next is Egypt, please.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Very professional and unique and smart and very gender also. I like it very much. Let me thank them in Arabic. شكرا جزيلا على عرضكم المميز ونتمنى منكم التعاون دائما في هذا المجال. شكرا. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Nigeria, please.
Thank you again. I have a big smile because, very genderized, as Egypt said. That part of technology is not something that you find a lot of women in, especially in my part of the world, Africa. And I remember that in our Gender Action Plan, we did put something in to encourage women to delve into not just installation, into also maintenance and things like that. So I'm very encouraged to see that some women are already doing that. My main question is, I was very interested in her saying that there's a particular, they've already put a number on how much carbon emissions is reduced per ton every year. It's very important because even in Africa, we're having more and more solar installations. And if we can connect the carbon reduction numbers and have a way of imputing it in our NDCs, we'll be able to track and see how much really we are reducing within the energy sector. So I don't know if they've already looked at ways of trying to incorporate or put these numbers and tie it to the NDC reductions. If you have, kindly put it out somewhere so some of us can learn and work with it. But I salute you. My Arabic is very bad, not like Lydia's, but we're very happy with what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Chile, please.
Thank you very much for the floor. I just want to join my colleagues on congratulating you for this project. I must say that I was quite impressed with the quality of the team you have assembled. I don't think I can say anything regarding technology because probably you're much more prepared, much knowledgeable on the technological aspects. So my question is actually perhaps a bit more towards the Secretariat. So in the next steps, if they're contemplating next step on how to help them not just get to the investor, I think very important to connect this team with off-takers. I imagine utility scale companies that might need maintenance services. They probably could be the clients, and there is some support plan regarding that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So back to our presenters. If you have any... Oh, I'm sorry, there is an additional request from Burkina Faso, please. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I would like also to thank presenter. It is a very good job. And I would like to congratulate them because it is women. And I would like to know for the next step, do you plan to maybe train other women or youth in your project? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So back to Dr. Abu Mahfouz and Ms. Yunus for your responses, please.
Yeah, thank you so much for this encouragement, honestly. Tala, would you like to add any technical background regarding the AI and the model that you are working on regarding the first inquiry? Tala, you're muted. Huh?
No, sorry.
Thank
Firstly, thank you. Thank you so much for your really kind words and your feedback. We truly appreciate it. According to, yes, you're absolutely right, for the manual inspection, especially on roof, are dangerous, time-consuming, and often inefficient. That's exactly the problem that we are trying to solve it. So we are now trying to collect as much as we can for the data set in the region and train our model to be more accurate to find the problems. Yes, madam.
Exactly. And even we have done that, the first experimentations, collecting data set, but regarding to the overheating and the thermalization issues, and have been tested. And yeah, we have even like showed you one of our results, showed how, where is the faults and how could do detection for these faults. Yeah, and regarding for the second question for the CO2 reduction, carbon dioxide, we have done intensively research, and we are about to publish a paper regarding that, connecting to that, as we have Tasneem work in this sector, and she's responsible for the R&D, and we have noticed for the carbon dioxide, it's mostly within 50,000 to 100,000 tons, the carbon dioxide per year. And even, but the point that we have noticed that once we do installation for our solar project, for example, if we have 1 megawatt as a solar installed project, this would reduce the carbon dioxide by almost 1 million tons of carbon dioxide and per year. And this what motivated us to work with this topic. And we would really like to appreciate Valentin and his team. Honestly, it's not just like words, there was action behind that. 2 months, and we are working intensively in this idea to turn into a project. And even we have started by thinking, okay, why wouldn't we are working from the very beginning at producing nano solar cell? Because I have worked in this project 5 years ago, and we have improved the solar cell and increase their quantum efficiency. But Valentin was at our back, and he said, okay, so it's better just like to think about idea which is feasible and could be implemented in the market. So thank you so much, Valentin, for this opportunity, and thanks for you all for being here.
Thank you both once again. Thank you. Valentin, do you have any response to the question from Chile, or is that already taken up? Perhaps it can be taken up bilaterally. Thank you very much. So thanks again to our presenters, and that concludes this item. So thank you for joining us, and have a lovely day. So to the colleagues in the room and who are continuing to follow our meeting, we move on now to agenda item 26, other matters. So this is essentially where we have time to raise other business, which is not specifically on the agenda. So AB members, please indicate if you would like to speak on any other matters. Chile, please.
Thank you very much for the floor, Mr. Chair. I do have several points to be discussed under any other matters. Perhaps some deserve an agenda item in the future meeting. I'm going to start with those. We did have at the introduction some brief presentation regarding the status of the network members. We think it would be important, two things. alongside having a dedicated agenda item to discuss this on the future, that we come prepared to the next meeting in terms of an advice if there is a need to update the criteria for the selection of the network members, so we can revisit that because it was decided many years ago. Also, it will be very important that we could be informed on the status of the consortium members, the original consortiums proposed by UNEP. Of course, we know the status of UNEP. We know the status of UNIDO, but we don't really know what is the status of the rest of them, if they became network members, if they are actively engaged or supporting the work with pro bono work or in-kind work, which network members are actually doing that kind of capacity building on their own. That was introduced to some of them that we're doing. That will be very interesting that we could dedicate a bit of time to that. Also, this is an issue that was raised before, but some years ago, but I think they're important to give some consideration because of the time that has passed. Again, it's in line with revisiting things that were designed more than 10 years ago. The limit for the technical assistant of $250,000 has been that way since the beginning, to my understanding. Now we are that's 2014, that was the first technical assistance. Now we are in 2025. If you look at the accumulated inflation from 2015 on the World Bank data to 2023, sadly there is still no data on 2022, so until 2023, the accumulated inflation is a bit over 35%. So you could guess it's between 35 and 40% to 2025. Therefore, by keeping the amount the same, in real money, we are reducing the total amount available for technical assistance. So those $250,000 of 2014 that now we keep as $250,000 now, this $250,000 of 2025, or really 2023, because that's the last data we have, are actually $180,000 compared to the original money. So we're decreasing the maximum amount. So the request will be to review this and present a proposal. The advice will be to use inflation. We will definitely want much more, but again, what makes sense is to keep it. Yeah, definitely, but what might make some sense is the status quo is actually not keeping it nominal, because keeping it nominal actually makes it slower. The status quo will be to adjust as it was originally. So that will mean, in this case, if you were to adjust about 40%, that's actually a very round number, $350,000. And that should be done with all the spending limits, so probably a revision also in the fast technical assistant and so on. That's very important. Then this is about a bit presentation, but also when we do the budget negotiations back home, we do put it on the real money from the year the negotiation is on, or for the year that we're discussing budget. So that will mean if we were to present the money in terms for the donation and the spending across the year, you don't use the nominal value, you use the basis of, in this case, will be $20-25 or euros, and then you put back to, you can actually compare the real value of money across years and not use the nominal value, but then you lose that perspective. That's a recommendation in terms of how the financial, not the financial statement, because the financial statement is a single year, but when money across years is presented, it's more informative to put it on the real value of money. Then, let me check if there is one additional. Okay, there is. This is about the work with it's related to TNAs, but also the work with the TEC. The TEC just present at this session how to finance your TNAs. And they will have a new product in a couple of years, I believe. I don't recall, it was 2026, 2027, how to implement your TNA outcomes. I think it will be very important that the CTCN takes this product and engage the NDEs and ask them, does this work for you? Is this useful? So we could take the tech product. This should be for all technical assistance of all the recommendations of the tech and the documents of the tech, but because this is particularly about TNAs, and it was made a new format and innovation, I think the value that CTCN can provide is to approach the network, the NDEs, show them this document and tell them, please tell me if this is good for you, if this is useful, and then we collect this feedback and we communicate that feedback back to the tech. So we make sure that the tech recommendations and the tech documents to support financing of TNA and support financing of implementation of TNA is actually useful to intended users. I think that that's a way we as CTCN can provide a lot of value to the whole technology mechanism. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chile. Are there any other matters or other matters that colleagues might wish to raise? Also the observers who may wish to raise a point. I see a member first, so IPO, please.
Yeah, this is not an issue, but just to express my gratitude for this opportunity to be participating in this meeting for the first time. It's really a learning process for me, an opportunity to be engaged in the substantial work that the CTCN had been doing. Of course, I'm also learning on how we should be integrating indigenous people's perspectives and contributions to the climate solutions. And I'll be going back, of course, to my IPO constituency on how we should be engaging more effectively in this process at the CTC and at the same time at the local and national levels. Also in relation to IPO priorities, Karina had shared on the policy brief that the NAP task force and also the adaptation committee had prepared in relation to how we should be integrating indigenous people's knowledge systems and practices. And I would like the CTCN to also review this and see how this should be integrated into our designs, plans, and monitoring processes as indicators in the process. And of course, we have also another constituent body under the UNFCCC, which is the FWG Local Communities and Indigenous Peoples Platform. I think it is also an opportunity for this constituent body to see how they should be engaging as well in the CTC, and because they have participated in some of the meetings, I think, but I have to be updated yet on this. Anyhow, just to thank you very much, and I hope we can be more, we can contribute more substantially in the next meetings. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. And Papua New Guinea, please.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'd like to raise a few points. We know that when the CTCN was formed, it was with the benefit of a consortium of many organisations that helped with the inception and the existence of the CTCN. But we know the main host is UNEP, but we don't hear a lot and don't have a lot of interaction or feedback with the other consortium members. So I think the board is interested to just understand how those relationships are going, what is the interest and the feedback between the CTCN and the consortium, where do we engage with them, what are their priorities. Some of these things are very interesting. We have I think it was 11 members in this consortium, so all presumably with different agendas and priorities and strengths. So I think it would be important for us to really utilise that to the maximum. And also just want to return to the point of the NDE funding. I know we discussed this at length yesterday or the day before. And this is an issue that the developing countries, the non-Annex 1 parties, do find important. We're accountable to our parties back home to explain the progress on this. So I would encourage further discussion and negotiation on that point, so we can all arrive at a mutually agreeable conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is the Republic of Korea, please. So, South Korea? Yes? Yeah, I'm sorry, I see a flag. Oh, I'm sorry, the flag is behind you. My apologies. Trick of the light. Colby College, please.
Thank you, Vice Chair. One of the things that we wanted to raise as an institution is also the involvement of CTCN's discussions around artificial intelligence. I think that's been a point I've been raising since day one as well. First of all, I think we need to start using the term responsible AI over just artificial intelligence in itself, because we want to prioritize and also send a message to the world that the United Nations is not just looking at AI as a solution, but we are thinking actively and proactively about responsible AI. I think that's number one, so maybe all of our mandates, whenever we talk about artificial intelligence, could be replaced with the word responsible AI. Second is also being part of driving policy conversations towards regulation of AI development sustainably in a global scale. Obviously, it has served as a huge solution for a lot of our products. I mean, we just saw a presentation on Solar AI as well, and that was just so fantastic. And although we do sort of involve ourselves in technology transfer, all of these are going to be banded solutions if we also don't think about how developed nations and some of the private companies that are moving for the AI development are going to keep producing the emissions that they are producing at the moment. For example, this was the data from 2018, and it's from a philosopher, Luciano Floridi. He estimated that a single training run of GPT-3 engine would have produced 223,000 kilograms of carbon dioxide emissions. And on top of that, we use Amazon Web Services. A single training run would have produced 279,000 kilograms of carbon dioxide emissions. By comparison, a typical passenger car in the United States emits about 4,600 kilograms of carbon dioxide emissions per year, meaning that a single training run would emit as much as 50 to 60 cars do in 1 year. So all this important work that we're doing all around the world is not going to have a viable and long-lasting solution if we also don't focus on the other side of the conversation as well. So for a future agenda, maybe we could include some portion of discussion around this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Burkina Faso, please.
Thank you, Chair. What I would like to say is something we have already raised, but it is a concern for us, so I would like to insist on it. It is what we said about the acceleration of resources mobilization and also the support to NDEs. It is very, very important for us, for developing countries. If we would like to see the impact of what we are doing on the ground, this is very important for us. I would like also to talk about the implementation of our TNAs. For the mandate of CTCN, we would like to insist on that so that CTCN can help for developed countries for the implementation. We would like implementation on the ground. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next is Georgia, please.
Thank you for the floor. I just want to support what Ambrosio said. The questions that he asked, also the issues that he mentioned, that was also voiced by Christian during our joint statement. I just want to say that. Also about the TA limit, so I think it's really time to start reviewing the limit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chile, are you asking for the floor again? Okay.
Yes, just wanted to support the colleagues that spoke before me. There is one report I've been using some of the intervention, but now this is a bit of a question and advice for the next meeting. I'm assuming the board is familiar with the UNEP evaluation of the CTCN, but now I've been asking around, I'm not sure that it was actually shown to advisory board members. Why this is important? Because of the recommendations coming out of that report, 3 are supposed to be addressed with the CTCN advisory board. So of course, if the advisory board is not familiar with the result of the report, very hardly can have proper context. I realize some of the elements are being through the meeting, but perhaps the advisory board members are not aware that there was a specific recommendation that the advisory board was part of the revision or the implementation of the recommendations coming of the UNEP evaluation. So the request would be that at the next meeting, perhaps there is a small time dedicated to present the main findings. For example, I told you that in gender was the worst score, with letter U, insufficient, I believe was the value. But they have several categories. So the CTCN was evaluated in many categories. Some said sufficient, mostly sufficient, feasible, likely, unlikely, and so on. And I think it's important that the advisory members could see those scores and how were the results evaluated, and also could see what are the recommendations and how we're addressing the recommendations. Some of those we're addressing, but I think not everyone has this as a context of why the advisory board should be engaged on some of these issues. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chile. And I see there is also the adaptation committee. Please go ahead.
I'm grateful for the opportunity to participate in this meeting on behalf of the AC. For me, has been very interesting to understand how you work here and the importance of the CTCN in the context of the strategy of adaptation at the global level. I have identified some synergies, and maybe we can explore in the next meeting. Adaptation committee will hold the next meeting on May from 6 to 8, and I invite you to be present and maybe to explore more opportunities to work together.
Thank you very much also for that invitation. Engo, please.
Any other business? Right? Yeah, sorry. So, I just feel to raise or at least share and make people aware of some of the challenges, I don't know if others are facing, but I face in trying to finance participation here. First of all, I recognize a very generous per diem that we're given to participate here, perhaps a little too generous in my opinion, but accessing it has been troublesome. In getting my flight here, I had a change in the return flight. I understand I have to pay for that personally, no problem. It was $50, but by the time it got processed, it was $285. So I know I want to recognize it's not the Secretariat. I have to recognize Bibiana for being ultra responsive, but whatever the consultants or other UN organizations or travel agents or whatever, I don't understand why the coordination and communication doesn't happen at that level. And then now with my accessing my per diem for this with the PIN, it's like I had to request another PIN, and then by the time it got to the person, now he's not there, and I don't know if it's stuck in his inbox, and now I'm leaving and I have to personally finance on my credit card the rest of the things. So sorry to burden you all. I don't know if you face these challenges, but I'm facing these, and I'm not sure what to do about it. I just wanted to make everybody aware. Thanks.
Of course, and please don't apologize for bringing it up. I think we need to be aware of practical challenges as well, so that's very important. So thank you to all colleagues, members and observers who've spoken on other matters. All of your interventions have been well captured and of course will be taken on board, including those which are going directly to the planning of the next advisory board meeting. I have a practical announcement because I know that people are going to start leaving quite soon. So before you do leave the venue, please do return your security and name badges. Just a practical point there. We are breaking for lunch. Knowing that people do have travel plans, we'd like to suggest a slightly shorter lunch of 45 minutes, if that is acceptable to colleagues. So if we can be back here in 45 minutes, in 1:25 as it is now, and we'll continue our final items. So thank you very much.
All right.
Yes, I think you're right, Fred. We should start.
Yeah. Colleagues, let's take our seats and continue. Is it going to take more than 30 minutes?
Hopefully not.
I don't see Aresta.
No, we should wait for Aresta.
Yes, I'll wait for Aresta. Jonathan is there. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you've enjoyed your lunch, and we are getting into the next item, which is the election of the new chair and the vice chair. And I would like to draw your attention to document 25/CP.19, Annex 2, 2013. That is the CTCN Chair and Vice Chair election process, rules, and procedures of the CTCN Advisory Board. Following the guidance provided by the COP decisions related to the election of the Chair and the Vice Chair of the CTCN Advisory Board, the Advisory Board shall elect annually a Chair and a Vice Chair from among its government members for a term of 1 year each. In practice, only a Vice Chair needs to be elected annually, since the current Vice Chair shall be elected as the new Chair after the current Chair completes his term. The position of the Vice Chair is currently occupied by Mr. Stephen Minas of Greece. Therefore, Stephen shall begin his term as Chair at the end of this Advisory Board meeting until the end of 27th meeting in 2026. The Advisory Board should now elect a new Vice Chair from among the non-Annex 1 parties. The election of the Vice Chair should take into consideration the members' remaining term in office as well as the members' eligibility for re-election. As such, I would like to call upon AB members for nomination of a new vice chair. Colleagues from Lydia.
Thank you, Chair. We would like, as a developing country advisory board members, to nominate Mr. Christian from Papua New Guinea for the upcoming vice chair.
Lydia has nominated Christian. Is there any secondment? Okay. Halima.
Nigeria seconds the nomination of Christian PNG as the vice chair of the CTCN AB.
Now, I may ask, is there any concern whether Christian should not be the vice chair, because I think he has been seconded, and therefore we want to conclude that Christian has been elected the vice chair of the CTCN Advisory Board. Congratulations. Now, I would also like to, in this aspect, because we now have a new chair, who's Stephen. I would also like to congratulate Stephen for assuming the new chair of the advisory board. Thank you. I see a flag from Stephen.
Thank you very much, Chair. And of course, congratulations to Christian. I'd like to just begin, though, just by paying tribute to our Chair, Mr. Fred Onduri, our elder and comrade and leader in this process. I think, Fred, it has been a wonderful experience to work with you. We know how important climate technology for developing countries is to you. We know everything that you have done in this process for the CTCN and for the developing countries and of course, for the LDCs. And we're very fortunate, of course, that although you may be leaving the chair and the advisory board, you're not leaving this process. You will continue in the tech. We hope, of course, also to see you in the negotiations. And on a personal level, I'm just so grateful for our collaboration, particularly in this last year. So a round of applause for our chair, please. It is a privilege to become the chair at the end of this meeting. I am aware of the urgency of our work. I am also aware that the chair and the vice chair are working with an extraordinary team in the advisory board, an extraordinary team in the secretariat led by Ariesta, supported by UNEP, and of course all the observers and other stakeholders in this process. I could not be happier that Christian is joining us in this as vice chair, an extremely effective advocate for SIDS and for the developing countries, and an extraordinary climate technology expert, also in a very practical sense. So I look forward to our collaboration. This new tandem will be guided by our mandate, and I can give you this promise that we will not waste a day. So thank you very much.
Yeah, I would like to give the floor to Christian to say something.
Thank you, Chair, outgoing Chair. I'd like to thank Lydia from Egypt and Halima from Nigeria for nominating and seconding me. And in fact, for all of the non-Annex 1 parties represented here, your support, and you've put your faith in me. I intend to be a good and fair representative of our views, and indeed to represent all of the developing countries and all of the members of the CTCN. I'm very, very proud and humbled by the faith and the confidence that you've shown in me. But I also particularly want to pay tribute to the outgoing chair, Mr. Fred Onduri. I've been on the advisory board for about 4 years now, and Fred has been a mainstay, an institution with the board. As he said, he is CTCN plus. His blood is CTCN, and he has really had a huge influence and formative role in the board. And I think any issue that is aired and discussed to the board, it isn't really properly investigated until Fred has had his intervention. I've watched him closely for several years. I've learned a lot, particularly the last 2 years, where he's been a very effective, capable chair. And he's certainly a personal role model for me, and his leaving of the advisory board will be a great loss for us, but he won't be far away because he'll be in the tech. So I'm looking forward to seeing him again at the joint meetings. I'm very proud, as I said, to represent the CTCN and to work with Stephen. I congratulate him on becoming chair. He's also shown himself to be a very effective and competent vice chair, and a lot of experience and knowledge of the UNFCCC process. So I'm very, very confident to work with him, and grateful that he's going to be there for his guidance and leadership. So looking forward to supporting him with that. And for all of you board members and observers and secretariat, I enjoy on a personal level working with you and connecting with you, and I look forward to several more years of that. So I'm confident that the CTCN, as I sort of observed in my earlier interventions, we are going to grow, we are going to get better and stronger, we're going to attract more support and continue in our critical mission of transformative climate solutions. So thank you again, everyone, and I look forward to collaborating into the future.
Thank you, Christian and Stephen, for the kind words. I give the floor to Arias. Arias has given the slot to Ambrosio, and then maybe she'll come later.
Thank you very much, Director. First, I would like to start congratulating the new chair on this newfound position. You have the support, I believe, of all of us in the work that you have ahead. And we looking forward to your guidance and also to success in helping the CTCN fulfill its mission. You are experienced in this process, so definitely we have a great deal of expectation on what you can achieve alongside us, and looking forward to support your work. Regarding the outcoming chair, we can only congratulate you on the work on this year and be appreciative that now you're going to support the work of the TEC, the other part of the technology mechanism. As Fred said, he's CTCN plus. I'm in a way tech plus. So that way we're mixing up the two groups to have better synergies and better work to support technology, climate technology transfer and development across the world. I also like to congratulate Christian as being nominated to represent all the non-Annex 1 countries as co-chair with the new chair. The same, we have all our support and also all our expectation on helping the CTCN fulfill its mandate and the work. This situation also makes us very happy for not only for the appreciation at the personal level of the people that are coming in and the people that are outgoing, Also because there is a symbolism in many regards. The first symbolism, Fred now is living what was the first time in history of the CTCN that the LDCs had the chairing and the vice chairing of the CTCN Advisory Board. He might be before, but was as part of the African constituency, and this time was as part the first time in history for the LDC constituency. And now that the colleague Christian is assuming the role of vice chair, this will be the first time the small island developing state will have the opportunity to vice chair and chair the advisory board. And that means that all developing country groups will have the chance in the history of the CTCN of being part of the board, and that is something to be of very high value. It's also very high value at the national level because in Glasgow, at COP26, Chile broke the ice on the negotiation on the advisory board constitution. It was, of course, because our colleagues have approached us before, some of the same, not all the same, but some of the same colleagues that are now sitting there, and some of the colleagues of some of the constituencies that are now there. And it was the proposal that we made that finally was supported was that we needed to add seats so all developing country groups could stay at the same time sitting in the advisory meeting. So the seats, the LDCs and the Eastern European countries didn't have to share a seat. Each one of them will have a seat. And then also to expand the observer composition, so our colleagues from the youth constituency, the women and gender constituency, and the indigenous people constituency could also have a seat on the table. So for us, this is also symbolic in that manner, because now that situation perhaps helped that we can now have all the representations of the developing countries and also have the opportunity to chair and vice chair this board. This is much appreciated.
Ariessa.
Thank you, Chair, and I will be brief. Firstly, we would like to congratulate me on behalf of the CTCN Secretariat, the appointment and elections of Stephen Minas as our new chair of the advisory board and Christian Leberger as the new vice chairs of the advisory board. I'm very excited. So we have a new couple, we call it always that way. And Secretariat under my leadership stands ready to support you. But you both are seasoned, both in the negotiator and especially Stephen also. I worked with Stephen when we were both still with the tech. And we look forward to working together with you, and please do let us know if you need any support and any concerns. So, and also for the outgoing chair, Fred Onduri, went back very long. I remember the first couple of the advisory board chair and vice chair is Fred and Griff Thompson from United States. So that was also marked my milestone when I joined technology team with the UNFCCC. That was long back, 2013. So, and Fred has actually rotated and now was the chair and the vice chair again. And we actually swapped Fred. You're going to tech. I went from the tech to the advisory board, so hopefully the plus also adding to both of our. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ariessa, for those kind words. Colleagues, let's now consider item 28 of the CTCN, that is the date and venue of the next meeting. I would like to inform you that during the joint session, we discussed that the 31st meeting of the TEC is proposed from 9th to 11th September 2025. And the joint session is on 12th September 2025, and the 26th session of the Citizen Advisory Board is on 15th and 17th September 25 to take place in Bonn, Germany. I would like to open the floor for comments. I understand that the Citizen Advisory Board agreed to take note of the tentative dates for the next meeting. So can I get your comments on this? I see Ambrosio?
Just support the dates, very much alike with this idea that you will be able to participate, or the leadership will be able to participate on the Climate Week, the Global Climate Week that happened the week after. And on a personal level, I'm very glad on this date because it will be the first time in 4 years I will be able to join my countrymen in celebrating our national independence, because I've been spending my National Independence Day with you. So it's very much welcome for the past 4 years. Thanks.
Thank you, Ambrosio. Like, I've also been spending my birthday on a plane every year. In 29th November, I'm always on the plane. So colleagues, I think we have now agreed on the dates, and it's now time. We've reached the end of our meeting of the advisory board, the 25th meeting. But allow me to make statements. And first of all, I want to speak from my mind. And I would like to say I'm very, very appreciative of my having been a member of the advisory board. I was the first vice chair of the advisory board of the CTCN since its establishment, and I was the second chair. By that time, I was representing the Africa group of negotiators. The LDCs sent me back to the advisory board. I became the vice chair and the chair again. So that is really some achievement that I can proudly say it was well received. I would like to say that members of the advisory board, the observers, the secretariat, you have been very supportive to me in delivering my mandate. Especially Steve, who was my vice chair. I don't remember having any friction with Steve, but all the time we're consulting with each other, either online or physically. And I think, Steve, I think you'll transfer this sort of relationship to Christian. Christian is now representing the interests of not only small islands, he's representing the interests of all developing countries. And Stephen is representing the interests of all developed countries. This does not mean that they stand alone. They are here to support each other, to complement each other, and to make sure that they promote and support the visibility of the CTCN as a whole and the advisory board through the delivery of the requisite results. It's not a negotiation. You are not here to negotiate, but to find solutions to developing countries and to mobilize requisite financial and technical support for the developing countries and to enable the CTCN deliver its mandate. So your relationship in conducting or driving the CTCN Advisory Board will affect the operations of the Secretariat. And I can say I've been working very smoothly with the Secretariat since I assumed the chair. Maybe I could have done something wrong in a way or the other. I know the members of the Secretariat. I request to be forgiven. But it was not intentional. It could have been maybe due to some errors and so on. Always my way of working is that I want to achieve, I want collaboration, I want unity and peace. And I think I can proudly say that existed when I was the chair of the advisory board. Even with my fellow colleagues in the advisory board, I know most of us are negotiators. And sometimes we look at each other's face and say, what's wrong with you? But at the end of the day, we again get our smiles back. Negotiation is very difficult. And it doesn't matter. You can quarrel during negotiations, but find a way of reconciling, understanding one another. A home where there's no quarrel will never be firm. There should be a quarrel in a home in order for the home to be firm. So I encourage you to quarrel technically, but find a solution, a convergence in that quarrel, and that is the way to go. Then to CTCN as a whole. CTCN has no excuse to deliver because it has been blended with incoming skills, knowledge, cross-fertilization of members of the tech coming into the CTCN, including the director here, which I can see repeat, her membership of the tech is more than mine, maybe plus. I think she has been in the tech from the time when they created the technology mechanism. And we have been friends. We have been consulting one another during the negotiations and during the various meetings. She has been very resourceful to us in the technology team. And I think we should really appreciate her and applause, a clap for her. And I pray that she brings that experience in the CTCN, because this is someone who has ready-made knowledge, ready-made skills in the technology mechanism. And I think CTCN will benefit a lot from that. The members of the Secretariat, the team, you have been very helpful. Sometimes I've been stuck with the logistical issues, and I will call Bibiana, Anastasia, what's the problem? Nima, where is the problem? And I've always been helped. They have been very handy, and I pray that they continue to support the other members of the advisory board. Colleagues, I will not forget the short time I worked with Jonathan. Jonathan, I think CTCN was very lucky to have Jonathan, because Jonathan, in the interim after Rajiv, came in with a lot of experience, a lot of diplomacy, a lot of technical competence to handle the issues, and there was no break from Rajiv to Jonathan up to Ariesta. There was a smooth flow. Now that we have a director, I think it was also a big contribution from Jonathan to make sure that there was no break or no gap that we envisaged. So I request that we clap for him. I again congratulate Stephen, the new chair. It's not very easy. The demands are a lot, especially from my constituency, the developing countries, because some of us are drowning, some of us are affected by landslides, some of us had the drought, food insecurity, and we need the technology to survive. And they'll come with all requests to the CTCN. Let us find a way of expediting those the requests to make sure that we respond to the needs of these countries. And it all will depend on you and the Secretariat, how you handle it. The issue of NDEs, is very important. The way we support the tech, the way we support the CTCN Secretariat, we should also extend that support to the NDE because they are primary generators of the information that enables us to deliver as CTCN. So we should accord them really support that they need in order to deliver. I'm longing for the time when the 5,000 will be tripled or even quadrupled. Because the 5,000 was a starting point. It's not a bad thing. It's always good to start somewhere, depending on the availability of resources. But I think let's scale up this support. The issue of TNA has been very, I think every one of us here in the room from developing countries have talked about the TNA. Many countries have undertaken, or all LDCs apart from 2 have undertaken. They are stranded with the outcomes of TNAs. As CTCN, let us be seen to be helping these parties to address their TNAs. And this will also reflect the visibility of the CTCN and the advisory board. People will judge us according to the impact that we create. I would like us to graduate from limiting our networking to the institutions like UNIDO, TEC. All these networking and collaboration should be used to reach the developing countries and cause impact. Should not end up in a PowerPoint here, then in the internet website, TT Clear. Let us unpack TT Clear and use the message, any positive way of making the message from TT Clear reach the communities. No one in my community knows about TT Clear. Let us now devise ways of reaching out using the information of TT Clear, the information from WIPO Green. I saw the document they have. I went through it yesterday. It's a very valuable book. And how do we make sure that we communicate that information? So we should also devise ways of outreach using the available information from WIPO Green. And lastly, resource mobilization. I'm saying what I've been saying before. We all need resources, but resources for what? This is a very important question when you talk of resource mobilization. Those of you who have worked in budget, when you go to Ministry of Finance and you ask them, we need money, they will ask you need money for what? Justify, give the rationale why you need this money. And the CTCN Advisory Board, let us figure out how we can come up with the appropriate resources that can enable us advance technology development and transfer on top of the current resources we require for operations of the CTCN Secretariat and for the technical assistance. We need far, far more than that. But how do we package it and use it for resource mobilization? I'm happy Julie has been here in the room since we began. And I wonder whether she would be contented with her role as a resource mobilizer, mobilizing 10 to 15 million, which can be a sort of a round table arrangement to raise. I don't think that's what Julie is there for. Julie wants a bigger work to raise more resources in billions and not in tens of millions. So I think let's review our resource mobilization target, what we want, and then we use the specialist, and we have the strategy that we have already developed. So let us figure out how we can effectively get the resources that we require for the CTCN to operate and causing transformational changes in the community. CTCN will not be visible until we create transformational change in the communities. That is the ultimate goal, destination of our actions. And colleagues, let me now give this opportunity to Stephen to take the chair and drive us to closure. Otherwise, thank you very much for the support. Thank you very much for everything. I don't want to forget Sarah, who was driving the TNA, which is the basis for us to identify our priorities. I think we clap for Sarah from UNESCO. She has been very instrumental. I think she's in Africa, they would say Mama TNA. so thank you very much, Sarah, and thank you, colleagues.
Thank you very much, Chair. So to conclude, I would like to thank all AB members as well as observers for your contributions over the course of this meeting, as well as, of course, the Secretariat for the magnificent role that they play, including with the practical support of the meeting, as well as the substance. It has been a great pleasure, I'm sure I speak for both of us, a great pleasure being with you over the course of these 4 days, and we look forward to being in touch soon online, and of course, in many cases, in Bonn in June for the next session. So with that, dear colleagues, the 25th meeting of the Advisory Board is closed. Thank you very much.